as if he has done nothing wrong, as though he were a harmless stranger in need of assistance. Your outward demeanor must show no judgment, no suspicion, and certainly no fear. About maintaining such an artificial calm in front of such an unpredictable threat, many people would jump at the sudden clatter of metal from his pocket knife being tossed across the table. And while this officer reveals the smallest crack in composure from the sheer abruptness of it, he immediately blends into the moment and maintains the desired atmosphere. What you're seeing here from the officer is deception, 100% pure choreography, and a particular form of psychological maneuvering that just so happens to work perfectly with this individual's personality. Anytime Joseph tries to be funny or charming, the officer responds in the appropriate manner to protect his ego. You will notice he completely strips the atmosphere of its gravity and ensures there is no tension or awkwardness in the exchange. The reason this works so well in this specific circumstance is because Joseph Ferlazzo, in our opinion, is a raging fucking narcissist. He's so incredibly susceptible to the external validation from the officers that he genuinely seems to believe they've taken a strong liking to him, and that he's able to control the environment through his super chill, laid-back personality. To give you some context, Joseph will go on to plead not guilty to all charges. So let's briefly jump ahead 3 years to his trial, and hear in his own words how he supposedly ended up in this interrogation chair.
Be seated, everyone. Does the defense wish to present a case, Ms. J?
Yes, thank you. Paul Joseph Ferlazzo. So Joseph, we're going to take things one subject at a time, okay?
Very good.
How are you feeling this morning?
Very nervous, very anxious, very tired. Yeah.
Okay. Reaches a point where you feel you need a break, let us know, please.
Yes.
The act he's trying to project here is that of a traumatized husband, a man who had no choice but to save his own life from an abuser. He frequently widens his eyes and performs these hard swallows to convey heightened vulnerability and emotional shock, gestures that appear semi-convincing during direct examination, but will completely fall apart under cross-examination.
So let's start with some easy information. Where were you born?
I was born in Pennsylvania, in Reading, Pennsylvania.
When did you move to Vermont?
I moved to Vermont in 2012.
Were you working as a tattoo artist at that time?
Yes, I was.
When did you meet Emily?
I met Emily in 2018.
And to be clear, we're talking about Emily Ferlazzo, who was your wife, right?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
Well, I had initially met her through her friend Lauren. I can't remember her last name. Lauren.
Lauren was an apprentice in his tattoo shop who one day brought in her best friend Emily for a piercing.
When she left, I made a comment to Lauren. I said that. I was like, that friend of yours is something special. I said I wouldn't mind making her my next ex-wife. Lauren laughed.
You didn't start dating her at that point?
No. I think she was seeing somebody else, and I was seeing somebody else.
Emily returns to the shop to get a tattoo. He claims that she called him afterwards, whereas records indicate he was the one who called her.
She wanted to have more tattooing done. She's like, oh my God, like, I really love this tattoo, like, and now I want more. A week and a half, 2 weeks later, she's back getting more tattoos. I'm asking her how she's been in the last 2 weeks, how her tattoo healed. Her demeanor was different. She told me she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She dyed her hair a different color. She was extremely flirty, and I was receptive to that. I was like, wow, like, you really seem like pretty open today. Like, and I asked her if she wanted to go have a motorcycle ride and see a tour of some of Vermont.
And did she?
Yes, she did. Yes, we took a motorcycle ride that evening.
So after that night, when did you see Lauren? I keep saying Lauren. Emily next.
The next day.
They hung out every day for the rest of the summer and eventually got married in October.
So you were happy?
I was happy.
And did she seem to be happy?
Yes, she was.
And during these first few months of your relationship, what I've already asked you, you said it was euphoric and you were both happy, right?
Yes, that's right.
What's the matter? You're looking a little,
Yeah, I'm feeling very emotional right now.
what's bothering you?
I miss her.
Let me know when you're ready to start again.
I'm okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
He claims the first several months of the marriage were happy before things started going downhill.
It led to it led to violence and
Well, explain what you mean.
like physical abuse started coming into our relationship.
The only evidence of physical abuse in their relationship was of him abusing her, which colleagues in their work circles had suspected was going on.
Where she would go through my phone and then respond by beating on me.
Was she saying anything to you while this was happening?
Yeah, just really she was really angry. So, you're a fucking asshole. I don't want to. Do I have to swear? Do I have to quote?
Say what you
Yeah, okay. Yeah, she would say, you're a fucking asshole. I can't believe you're still fucking talking to this bitch. And it was a friend of mine that I'd known for years, and I told her that I would stop being physical with this friend and that our relationship wasn't going to dissolve because we were friends since 2014. Like,
Was she angry?
yes, she was. Yes, she was very angry. Yes, she was assaulting me
So she was verbally
verbally.
angry
Yes,
and physically
yes, man.
hitting you.
Yes, physically.
And did you ever hit her back?
No, man.
You never contacted the police about any of the times that she assaulted you.
The technical term for what you're seeing here is called drawing the sting. It's when the defense raises a damaging issue themselves before the prosecution can exploit it. And Joseph here seems to have practiced this one in the mirror a few times.
No, it's not their business.
Not their business. That's a motto that you live your life by, isn't it?
I'm an independent person. I'm a very private person. I don't want to dump my crap on other people.
They then got a dog, bought a camper van, and went to Bolton, Vermont for their 1-year wedding anniversary.
This was our first like road trip as a family. So it was very exciting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Emily too, she was in a good mood.
Yeah, she was super excited to take Rosie out, and she was stoked to meet Nikki and Ariel.
Nikki is his sister, and Ariel is her boyfriend, who they were meeting up with for the anniversary. The first night they got there, while alone together in the camper van, he claims Emily started becoming combative, saying the anniversary idea was terrible and the camper van was stupid.
So I was like, yo, like, maybe just like pour yourself a drink and relax.
He then takes the dog out for a walk and brings his handgun with him.
It has tritium sights on it, so you can see in the dark. And that was I had seen some what I believe to be coyote. I like shone a flashlight and I saw a couple sets of eyes in the dark. So Remington's a pretty small dog, and I just wanted to be able to protect her.
When he gets back into the camper van, he claims Emily starts berating him about the candles he lit earlier being too bright.
And I said, it's not that bright. Like, you could always just roll over. She got up and ran at me and grabbed one of the candles.
He claims that she begins attacking him with a candlestick.
She hit me in like my neck and head and in my arms. I was like blocking. I had to restrain her. I had to like physically grab her by her arms and like hold her arms down. And she kept kicking. She actually kicked Remy.
He says that he manages to push her onto the side of the bed and she calms down.
I told her that, that were not your punching bags. And
You said what?
I told her that we weren't her punching bags.
We weren't.
She kicked Remy.
For the record, Emily adored animals, and this statement was deemed extremely implausible by her peers. Joseph, on the other hand, was accused by his ex-girlfriend of kicking her dog on 2 separate occasions.
And she was kicking me and punching me, and I pushed her back. And I told Remy, I was like, "Yo, we're gonna take a walk."
After the second walk, he gets back into the camper van, drinks a vodka and Coke, then starts getting into his side of the bed.
So I was climbing over her, and she shouted, "Fuck off!" And she like threw an elbow at me, and elbowed me in my groin. And I said, "No more hitting." And so we had like a bunch of throw pillows that we like lined around the bed, like the top of the bed where we slept. So one of the throw pillows was right there, and I swatted her with the throw pillow, and I said, "Stop hitting."
Please remember these next 17 seconds, which we're calling the phony fugue state. He tries to present a foggy, dissociated moment of recollection, with long pauses, forced ums, and a vacant stare. But it's pure performance. And we know it's performance because he'll completely contradict this manner of recollection during cross-examination.
And that's when it happened.
What happened?
She said, "That's it, you're dead," and she threw her arm under her pillow.
He earlier made the claim that both him and Emily slept with handguns under their pillows, also deemed highly implausible by witness testimony.
And she pulls her hand out with the Taurus. And
How are you feeling?
I was feeling just horrified, just
Were
like
you afraid?
I was terrified. Like there was like as soon as I saw that, like I just felt like this like wave of heat, like just like red hot. And she started like pushing her body up in an instant, and I'm like, "No, no, 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 no." And like I don't know, like she wasn't stopping. And uh I had my I was holding my Glock.
He'll later claim he was in the process of putting the gun under his own pillow.
And she started just like coming up at me, and I just fired.
Why?
She was gonna shoot me.
And you were afraid.
Very.
From this point forward, he claims to have no memory of the events that followed until he woke up in a police cell 3 days later. But according to corroborated evidence and witness testimony, he had breakfast with his sister the next morning, where he ordered a goat cheese omelet, a side of bacon, and a samosa. He then gave his sister a tattoo. When his sister asked where Emily was, he told her she was sleeping. He then sent a string of text messages to Emily's phone number. The next day, he went to a bonfire party where he was seen taking bong hits and doing keggers. Later that same evening, he would send Emily another series of text messages. He went for pancakes and a samosa once again the next morning, then sent Emily one final message. It would be shortly after this message that Emily's mother asked Joseph where her daughter was and why her phone had been switched off for so long. He told her they had gotten into a fight and that he hadn't seen Emily in roughly 2 days. Emily was then reported missing. Roughly 7 hours later, as Joseph's friend was driving him back to where the camper van was parked, they noticed police had cordoned off the area. Joseph then told his friend to stop the car, at which point he got out and wandered off into the woods. His next known location was at a maple fields 10 miles away, roughly 14 hours later, where by pure happenstance he was spotted by a police officer.
And what was he doing?
He was getting a drink out of the cooler and sort of stepping back from the cooler at that time.
Did you recognize the male?
When he closed the door to the cooler and he turned around and we made eye contact, I knew, I was like, wait, I know this person. In that moment, I couldn't figure out where or why. My brain was still trying to catch up with me. But I knew I recognized him.
And did you ultimately determine how you recognized him?
Yeah, so he walked to the right and then turned to walk up to one of the aisles towards the front of the store, and he turned and looked at me again, and we locked eyes again, and at that point I recognized that it was Joseph Ferlazzo. It seemed to me, based on my training and experience, it was almost as if he were trying to figure out, fight, flight, freeze, what do I do?
Okay. And what did you say to him?
I said, Joseph, it's you, right? Are you okay?
This was Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan taking the initiative, and one of two reasons why the upcoming interrogation you're about to see unfolds the way it does. Joseph Ferlazzo was classified as a homicide suspect. She would have been entirely within her authority to draw her weapon, order him to the ground, and wait for backup to secure the arrest. Instead, relying on her experience and a remarkable amount of both courage and composure, she seized a unique opportunity when it presented itself.
What did he do in reply?
He took his drink down and his body language sort of deflated. And he said, no, I'm not okay.
She very gradually explains that he's not in trouble and not under arrest, but feels it could be a good idea for him to accompany her back to the police barracks.
And so did you bring him back to the barracks?
I did. The other thing that we did sort of in that halfway point was I asked him and explained before I could give him a ride. It was our sort of protocol that we had to pat somebody down for weapons before I could allow him in my cruiser with me, and also because I don't have a typical cruiser with what they call the cage in the back to separate the officer from a person that they've picked up for some reason. So he said that was fine. He's indicated he had no weapons, so I patted him down real quick.
So it was just you and Mr. Ferlazzo in the ride back to the barracks.
Correct.
And did you speak to him during that time about Emily?
Not about Emily. I asked him, like I said, it was cold that day. I asked him, are you cold? He said he was. I turned the heat up. I said, have you been out all night? Based on the interactions that I knew had occurred the night before, he said he had. I asked him if he, was thirsty, if he was hungry. He said he was. And so again, I told him, I turned the heat up and I told him I would get him something to eat once we got back to the barracks.
The journey to the police station took just under 7 minutes. The second factor behind how this interrogation unfolds is Sergeant Nolan's ability to brief her colleague at speed. It took roughly 30 seconds for the suspect to be greeted at the door by the precinct's commanding officer and walk to interview room 3, during which time she managed to relay the circumstances of his arrest and the precise approach required for this interaction.
What time do you shift start? We started at 8. You did do like 8 to 8, like a 12 or something? No, 9. It's either 9 or 10 hours.
I'm gonna go get you a sandwich, but will this hold you over? You're not gonna eat that? Okay, I'll go get ham, turkey,
I know.
bunch of coffee around for me. And just food I can find.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate your effort.
You got it. All right, I'll get you a sandwich.
I'm not that kind of guy. You really sweet, huh? I laid off sugar for a while. Yeah. And then, oh my God.
In the blanket.
Yeah, you got it's cold out there. You've been there for a while? Good. Here. New basement, I guess. I can't. Updates from my wife. Today was the daughter's first day daycare. Oh, awesome. Yeah, good pictures and stuff. Not yet. I asked her something. So I was nervous this morning. You were? Yeah. She's never been to the daycare before. She's gonna come back with too late. I'm running nose. Yeah, right. That's how I got what I believe was COVID. Did you? That was 2019. This cute little kid literally his entire face. It was beautiful. Yeah, huge like spot for eyeballs, like big long lashes like this. Yeah, and I'm holding the bed arms like that. Like, I'm looking at him like I'm like sick for that. But yeah, I'll pick on my lap. Sure enough, you guys said it was like yeah. I think it was something. It was like it was like smell and taste and all that. Not really. Not really. It was kind of like it left the middle or blue. Yeah, yeah.
He talks about COVID for another 2 minutes while the detective continues pretending to be interested in what he has to say.
Didn't man can I touch things and I didn't use hand sanitizer every second. Really, I just lived my life the way I was living it. Yeah. They just tested negative. Yeah. I'm pretty sure whatever the fuck that thing was in 19 months. That thing. The big bad boogie monster. Yeah, right. Of the super flu that we had to shut America down for. Crazy time.
He launches into a brief monologue on the global economic fallout of the pandemic.
But then like everybody's like spending their savings, doesn't it? But then to jump back up. Yeah. I imagine that's gotta be pissing some people off, probably. Cool. Joe, are you the guy? Is it Joe or Joseph? Which do you prefer? Do you have a preference? Whatever's here for you. Whatever you prefer. I'm James. James? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, how are you? Okay. I'm happy to hang right there. I don't need a friend. All right. Yep. Appreciate it. It's just, we're just gonna shut the door just for privacy purposes. I'm sure you saw there's a few people walking around.
The actual reason the door is being shut is because it locks from the outside, a standard safety protocol for high-risk cases in Franklin County.
You need,
The detective appears noticeably uneasy about the pocket knife being left on the table. He'll be visibly on edge during the early stages of this interrogation, yet still perform exceptionally well. And this is perhaps our favorite interrogator so far on this channel, because he is the exact opposite of the person he is sitting across the table from.
do you need anything? I see you got water, somebody got you some food? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Good. All right. So like I said, my name is James. This is Steph. We work for the state police for detectives. We've been trying to get up to speed on what's going on today. And it's our understanding that you might be able to help us and understand a few things. We are happy to listen. Our ultimate goal is to find Emily. And we're hoping that you can help us with that. Before we get going, I just want to be very clear. Obviously, we're here in state police barracks, right? Like I said, we're state police. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of the rights that you have. So I'll read these to you. We're here in Albany, Vermont. All right. Well, why don't we? I think what would be helpful for me is just have you start from the beginning of what happened, and start from the beginning, and we'll listen. And then maybe at the end we'll have a few questions, but we'll go from there. Is that fair? All right, so I'll turn it over to you. So, kind of what happened. So I was living in New Hampshire for like the last 2 months. With my wife and her family. And came to Vermont, we're supposed to have like a gray vacation, do some camping, like have some fun. And like as soon as I put the vehicle in the park, like my wife went completely completely psychotic. And I shot her. Now here we are. So, all right. Can you, where did that happen? Bolton, Vermont. Okay. All right. So, I guess my next question is, when did that happen?
He says it happened early on Friday morning at the Bolton Ski Resort, which is 4.5 days prior to this moment. He then makes a passing comment about, quote, cleaning up after the incident.
Describe what you mean when you say you cleaned up. Blood. I like bag over it. And if there's blood on it. Everything. Okay. Where's Emily? She's where in the bathroom? She's in the bathroom. I haven't been in the bus. So can you just grab the bus for me? Like, what's the layout? You walk through the doors, bathroom, and kitchen and lift.
He draws out a diagram of the inside of the camper van.
And so after you kind of clean up and you put Emily in the bathroom, what do you do? Following morning, I had some breakfast with my sister. I had some coffee and some breakfast with her. Okay, tell me about that. I had some coffee and breakfast with my sister in the Airbnb. The coffee was in the Airbnb. And then we ran down the street for breakfast. Okay. Did you talk about what had happened? No, I was meeting her boyfriend, but okay. Alright. Did they ask about the boy? Yeah. What they asked? What's her deal? What'd you say? Like, yeah, I mean, you know, my role is like her husband, but also I'm just something that like. Did they ask where she was when you went on the record? What'd you say? Okay. Cool. All right.
He rambles through a series of unrelated tangents before getting to the moment when his friend was driving him back to the camper van, and he saw the police officers waiting outside.
Turn the car around. Move the back of the car, so I can't do this right now. I just get there. I can't breathe. Okay. And that's it. You drove away. Where'd you sleep last night? Or food dark. And dark first off, I was breathing and very. It was crazy windy. Pretty. Trying to stay warm. Okay. I'm very getting left. I appreciate you telling me all that, kind of doing the time span from Friday we got to Vermont, so kind of how we ended up here today. But yeah, is that okay? But what I'd like to do is really focus in on Friday itself and the incident with you and Emily, and kind of go over that with a little bit more detail. Is that fair? So my understanding from what you told me is that you got into Vermont between 7 and 8 p.m.
The initial release of the interrogation footage cuts out at this moment. What we know is that they decided to take a break, and Joseph went to use the bathroom. The footage resumes 13 minutes later. Joseph's demeanor while outside the interrogation room was reportedly bizarre, which officers later described as a feigned mild panic attack, noting that he appeared to be forcing a state of vulnerability as a way of presenting himself as the victim. You'll see remnants of it as he now interacts with the officer who escorted him to the bathroom.
Yeah, company. Yeah, I'll keep right here. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll share with you. I'm Shane. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Are you the individual that sort of comes in during the breaks and sits with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. All we've been for a month.
I've been in Vermont my whole life.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been on state police for almost 24 years now. Yeah.
What's your favorite place on this?
A very interesting detail of this moment is that Sergeant Truex could not once recall being asked such a simple question in his 24 years of service. He hadn't once been to therapy, and remarkably can't remember a single moment where he actually sat down and reflected on such a straightforward concept. So the fact that the moment finally arrives from a psycho murderer playing with his food makes his forthcoming pause of contemplation somewhat absurd, yet absolutely compelling.
Trying to do the best we can for people's families. Probably.
Turkey sandwich? Let me grab you a couple of, my happy ants. You don't need carbs, do you? He took all the bread off. What is that? Little lettuce around. Do what you gotta do, right? Well, I mean, put them up in the gallery, why would I put them in? Right.
They ease back into it by asking him non-threatening questions, mainly about his travel patterns in the days following the incident.
What was the plan with Emily's body? Like if the police hadn't shown up last night at the bus, what was your plan? I didn't really have a plan. Just gonna like take it into the woods and truck off. Where? Like I said, I have no plan. Yeah, but I take it into the woods and truck off. Did you use your phone at all to like search anything? Relate like were you like, what do I do? That kind of thing? You doing like Google searches or Safari searches about what you should do? No, didn't look up anything. No, okay. Just asking. Like, make sure. That's a normal question. Did you use your phone to search anything in this past weekend related to what happened on Friday? No, I didn't have any questions. Okay. Nothing that I was like, ooh, I wonder what the other humans do. Like, when you said earlier that you put the bag over Emily's head, did you just put it over her head or like her whole body in a bag? Not over her body, bagged up. Her whole body's bagged up. Describe that. So I cut her body and put it in the bag. Okay. Tell me about that. How did you cut her body? I used a saw and cut her body into more. You know, backed it up and I was gonna take it in the woods. Okay. Where did you do that? In the bus. On the bus? Where's the saw? The bus. What kind of saw is it? Describe it. Just a hand saw. Did you carry any out to the woods? Every piece of Emily's body is still in that bus. Or in the little circle in that little paper. That's for. Riding an awesome way to have your day go. Well, those are the those are the details that I was talking about that are important for us to know. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this investigation is going to take time, and those details will come out. But you know, I think it's better to hear. So, with that being said, what else haven't we talked about that is important for us to know about what happens?
That's it, we talked about all of it, I don't know what else to tell you.
So we're gonna step out for a minute. Do you need more coffee or water or anything? No, get bowl, get these a bathroom. No. Okay. I think those are your chin.
No, you can read it on the link.
Oh, you don't, oh. No. Starch. Don't need any starch?
The plain eat your stomach or eat it?
No.
No, I mean, if I was gonna go back, maybe if I needed it, but I'm sitting here, not doing anything. Is that
When you would leave the room and come back in, did you recall who you were?
Yes. Passing moments like this may seem inconsequential, yet it's the prosecution's way of establishing mental competency, effectively neutralizing any possible argument that he was operating in a diminished or compromised state.
not really?
No. Not really.
So past this part, how much do you know about like the next part?
Like in general or?
Yeah.
So every case is a little bit different. You know, first of all, the other detective, they're gonna make sure that what you're saying is true. And read it close.
Yeah, that's good.
So I have them right here. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were gonna verify some stuff and then,
Yeah.
you know,
Cigarette time.
Yeah.
Is it? You want one? That's what I heard.
The conversation was reportedly casual as they went out for a cigarette.
Something else that kind of comes to mind, you know, having this open conversation that council has, is like, you know, to
Before this investigator went outside with Joseph for a cigarette, he was briefed on some additional details. One of them was that almost 12 years to the date, Joseph's stepmother was stabbed to death in her own home. The case was never solved. They also discovered that in addition to shooting his wife twice, he stabbed her 18 times.
is this the first time that something like this has happened?
Yeah.
Yeah. As you would, it seems like pretty, it's only pretty in depth.
Fucking awful, dude. Like, I don't know if it was you or if it was Sam, but if you would have talked to me a week ago, that would have been on the top of the list of things that I would never do. But it's been brutal week. Like nonstop, like it's like morning to night.
Emily was upset because the location he chose for their 1-year anniversary was the exact location his ex-girlfriend was staying, and that's what he's currently talking about.
We changed.
All right. Well, why don't we go see where they're at and,
Right?
I'm Joe. So this is Amy. Oh, okay. So we're gonna for you. Amy's gonna take your pictures.
They first take pictures of his face, hands, and clothing.
all right, so I have not watched your interview, but my understanding is that there was some kind of physical altercation with you and Emily, and that you may have been struck, hit, something like that. Will you consent to me taking photographs of you without clothing on? And if you're not comfortable with it being me, I can have Robbie do it, to see if there's any bruising on you. I mean, we can get, like, I could do chest and maybe legs if you have underwear on.
What the hell did we just watch?
We can get, like, I could do chest and maybe legs if you have underwear on.
Our personal take on what he's doing here must have something to do with Sergeant Nolan's tactical display of approachability during their encounter, something that Mr. Ferlazzo has catastrophically misread, and maybe feels he can use to his advantage in this situation somehow, or perhaps just deepen whatever distorted sense of self this is feeding into. Whatever the case, it's just so excruciatingly embarrassing that we almost didn't put it in this video.
Let me, as part of the consent, to do photographs of your body as well. Okay.
Not a single bruise or scratch was discovered on his body, not one, though he was sure to point out some ever so slightly reddish marks on parts of his skin that he could have got from sleeping out in the woods, or perhaps a moderately hot shower. The moment he was finally informed that he was under arrest and going to jail was regrettably not captured on video. As mentioned before, the initial release of this footage came partially redacted, but you can rest assured that it will all come full circle before this video concludes.
All right, you're all set. Thank you.
The truth is that before leaving New Hampshire, you stopped at Market Basket.
The Market Basket supermarket was where he went to buy the tools to dispose of Emily's body, a moment beyond what he's now claiming to remember, and you'll notice how incredibly attuned he is to the challenges directed toward this assertion. His claim of having no recollection beyond a certain moment is designed to support the idea that he entered some kind of fugue state brought on by shock, suggesting that in his right mind, he would never have dismembered his wife or attempted to bury her in the woods. It's also the explanation he leans on for why he failed to clearly articulate during his interrogation how gravely his life was in danger, the key detail of his self-defense claim.
Right?
I did see that, yes.
That's the truth.
I saw that on the PowerPoint.
And it's the truth.
I don't remember it, but yes.
And you spent $60.43 at Market Basket.
Is that what happened? I don't remember sending the text, but you have it there in front of you, so.
And you said to her, I'll see you in the morning.
All right.
And you said, you still drink coffee?
All right.
So that's your sister?
That was what I said to her. That's you have that.
Would you like to see the text?
I don't remember the text. I don't remember the text exactly. So if you have them, then
Do you want to see them?
I mean, I don't have to. If you're gonna read them to me, then we can do it this way. Or
So you've testified that Emily was mad when you got to Bolton.
she was angry.
A detail mentioned by several people in the courtroom who knew Ferlazzo personally was that parts of his speech and articulation had noticeably changed during this testimony, especially the word yes. The way you'll hear him say this word isn't how he usually spoke.
Emily's mad at you. You guys argue, is that correct?
Yes.
And she's rebuffing you.
Yes.
She doesn't want to dance.
No.
She doesn't want the candles on.
Correct.
She just wants to go to bed.
She didn't say anything to me.
She went and laid down in the bed.
Yes.
She's facing outward, scrolling on her phone.
Yes.
You're sitting down on the couch. Correct? When Emily is saying these hurtful things to you, you're sitting on the couch.
No.
You're in the bed.
No.
You're standing in the aisle.
Yeah, I was doing some.
You're yoga dancing.
Yes, that's correct.
You light some candles.
Yes,
And Emily doesn't like the candlelight.
that's correct.
And she tells you to put them out.
That's also correct.
And you don't put them out.
No, I don't.
And she gets up and she grabs one of these candles.
Yes.
These big Yankee candles.
Yes.
Glass.
Yes, ma'am.
Heavy.
Very.
And she starts hitting you in the head with it.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the body.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're able to grab onto her. And get the candle away from her.
That's correct.
And that is over. She goes and lays back down.
Yes.
When you came in, she was in the bed.
Yes.
And you are trying to relax,
Yes,
trying to enjoy your vacation,
yes.
and you make a decision,
What decision?
the decision that you need to stop this.
I was having some drinks and smoking.
You decided enough is enough. I'm going to put an end to this.
No,
You got up.
During direct examination, he had a 1,000-yard worried stare as if lost in reflection. Here, he almost continuously glares at the prosecutor, perhaps thinking that projecting this abrasive display of confidence will render him more credible. The issue is that during direct, he presented himself as a broken husband who struggled to recall anything closely connected to the incident. Yet now he's steely-eyed and steadfast. You could argue that the change in questioning style caused the shift in his energy, but it's the extent of the shift and the complete disappearance of the emotional fragility he displayed earlier that makes the argument he is being deceptive. And just to be clear, I believe he's being 100% fraudulent in both these instances. His true self is still an enigma that I doubt has appeared once in this video.
You got up from the couch where you were having your drink.
I wasn't on the couch.
You told the police that you got up.
I don't remember talking to the police.
You heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
I saw a video.
And you
Nice.
heard yourself tell the police that you got up.
I saw the video.
And you got your Glock.
Were we talking about the video?
And when you realized you had just shot your wife, you didn't call 911.
No,
You didn't go get your sister.
no.
You told the police that you put her wallet in a bag.
I don't remember talking to the police.
I understand that, Mr. Ferlazzo, but you listened to the video and you've heard your words. So you told the police that you put her wallet in a bag, correct?
I did see the video.
And you heard you utter the words, I put her wallet in a bag.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You heard
Oh,
yourself say,
from on the video?
yes.
I saw the video, yeah.
And you heard yourself say, I put her wallet in a bag.
Yes, I did.
You're able to give her that tattoo and successfully give her that tattoo.
Still,
Still,
no memory.
Mr. Ferlazzo, that is your contact information, right?
Got here.
You did remember what day of the week it was when you were meeting with James and Seth.
From the video?
This is my favorite moment of cross-examination. He's about to make eye contact with the prosecutor, and something about how she responds, and perhaps how she looks at him, will shake his feigned exterior just that little bit.
From reality.
We are talking about the video, right?
We're talking about reality.
Okay.
So, Mr. Ferlazzo, we can agree that you lied.
Yes, I have lied to people.
You're lying today.
About.
Everything.
I'm sitting here giving you my recall of what I have to work with.
No questions.
So as you heard earlier, multiple segments of Joseph's interrogation were redacted before the footage made its way onto social media. Yet the prosecution made certain the jury viewed it in its entirety. What you're about to watch is, in our opinion, the result of a potent mix of sleep deprivation, mental exhaustion, and an extraordinary lack of situational awareness, very likely enhanced by the calibrated framing that occurred during the opening sequence of his apprehension. He had spent the entire night freezing in the woods, likely terrified and in a state of panic, after coming down off a 3-day bender of drugs and alcohol. Then, while at his most depleted, he was met by a figure of authority who offered him warmth and understanding, followed by another reassuring encounter where the rapport seemed effortless and disarming. The focus of the moment was subtly shifted away from the horror of what he had done, onto his own inflated sense of worth and self-pity, followed by a continuous process of positive affirmations and ego reinforcement, all of which forged the environment and the oncoming result that occurred in the 3 previously redacted segments of footage you are about to watch.
How did that turn into firefighter facility structure? So explain how that incident continued. Some things I think that enough is enough. Can you describe Emily when you shot her? What was she doing? She had stopped fighting and she had gone and laid down and then went and jumped on top of her. And I shot her. How many times? Two. If if you could talk to Emily's parents, is there anything that you would say?
I mean, clearly I would apologize for anything that did.
What about Emily? What would you say to Emily?
Fucking three people like this.
I can tell you that I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could turn back time. I wish that I was just, I don't know. I don't know if you've ever just like wanted to be a dick, but I mean, I don't do it that well. Like, so yeah, I'm usually just like, okay, like, he'll talk about it, fix it, whatever. But so you felt she was being kind of like a dick just to be a dick? Yeah. Like, I don't think that, like, I suppose would be like, if I told you guys, you're just both like looking at me, but I'm sure you're thinking like, wow, this dude, what the fuck? Like, what pushes a man to do such a thing? Like, I would never do that. And not believe me. And if you would have asked me next week, there was the same thing. Like, I don't think I've heard that in your shoes.
Had Joseph Ferlazzo been met with immediate confrontation and transparency, none of this would have plausibly occurred. His demeanor and method of response from cross-examination is likely what you would have seen throughout this interrogation. Yet due to the powers permitted under U.S. protocol, he was guided to a place where he could no longer walk back from. Now, before moving on to the final part of this video, we need to explore the nuance of this particular element and why that nuance matters. As many of you will know, the permitted use of deception in American policing is extremely controversial, as it's been known to put innocent people into prison through false confessions. Many of these cases have gone viral over the years, with perhaps the most recent involving Thomas Perez Jr.
Well, this video is incredibly disturbing to watch. The man being interrogated is Thomas Perez Jr. He reported his father missing. Fontana police accused Thomas of killing his dad.
It was August of 2018. Fontana police were convinced Perez's father had been murdered. They thought Perez appeared suspicious.
It's really concerning to me that he hasn't been back yet.
They asked Perez to come to the station, and that's where they turned a missing person case into a 17-hour interrogation.
Murdered your dad.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Yes. Daddy did because of you.
We just told you we found their dead dad.
They even brought in Perez's best friend to try and get a confession.
Impossible.
When that didn't work, detectives brought in Perez's dog.
You killed him. He's dead. And your dog sitting here looking at you, knowing that you killed your dad. It's just that. I think so. I did. But if you did, where would you have stabbed? In the belly.
They learned that Tom's father was alive and well and was at LAX airport, ready to take a flight to go visit his sister.
Steering filed a civil rights lawsuit in federal court against the city of Fontana, and the suit was settled for nearly $900,000.
Now, while both of these cases fall under the umbrella category of deception, you may have noticed they were starkly different in nature. One consisted of the futility technique and maximization, The inevitability of outcome was imposed to such an extent that it caused the subject to have an emotional crisis, while the other consisted of rapport development and minimization. There was no applied pressure nor manufactured sense of urgency, and the subject was given the space to construct his own perception of the situation, then full flexibility in how he chose to respond. One worked through fear and coercion, the other through guile and manipulation. But more importantly, one can cause considerable harm to the innocent, while the other presents a far lower risk of doing so. And as you've seen throughout this video, it can be somewhat effective when used correctly. But anyway, here's the remaining segment of Ferlazzo's redacted footage, right about the time where he realizes he just told on himself.
Knowing full well exactly where she is and what he has done to her. He texts her phone one last time. You're an asshole. I don't deserve this shit. Ms. Adams told you in the state's opening statement that this case and this crime is about ego. Mr. Ferlazzo's ego. And Mr. Ferlazzo's nearly 42-year-old ego being unable to accept his 22-year-old wife disrespecting him. An ego so inflated that after killing her, taking her life because he didn't like the things she was saying to him, because she didn't want to be with him anymore, he calls her an asshole. He tells her that he doesn't deserve this. The state submits that it is Emily, and only Emily, that did not deserve this.
How do you find that count of first degree murder, guilty or not guilty? Janice, would you like us to know? I would. It's just saying, go, it's that your verdict.
His reaction wasn't recorded as his term was read out, but Joseph Ferlazzo was sentenced to 45 years to life in prison, a punishment many have argued was unexpectedly lenient. He was subsequently investigated for the cold case murder of his stepmother. No charges have since been filed, and the case remains open to this day. At exactly 3:25 p.m. on April 8th of 2009, the dismissal bell rang at Oliver Stevens School in Woodstock, Ontario, and hundreds of grade schoolers were seen leaving the premises. Yet one 8-year-old was captured on surveillance leaving 2 minutes later than the rest, as she had to run back inside to get her mother's butterfly earrings that were left on her desk. Her name was Tori Stafford, and on that Wednesday afternoon, she never returned home. She was reported missing by her grandmother at exactly 6:04 p.m., and a missing persons investigation was launched immediately. Roughly 7 hours later, surveillance footage from a local high school was discovered, capturing what police say was the missing child, walking side by side an unidentified woman. Tori did not appear to be struggling in the video, and the woman was described as between 19 to 25 years of age, white, 5'2", and about 125 pounds with a black ponytail. The local police made a public appeal for the woman in the video to come forward, and Tori's grandparents offered a $10,000 reward for her return. A Facebook group dedicated to finding her gained over 20,000 followers in under 24 hours. On April 12th, 4 days after her disappearance, hundreds gather in Woodstock at 8 p.m. to hold a vigil for Tori, and her mother makes a tearful televised appeal for the return of her missing daughter. Over the following week, Tori's parents are interviewed by investigators, and each of them pass a polygraph test. Police call off ground searches 6 days after the child's disappearance after finding no clues nor leads. The day after, America's Most Wanted features Tori's case as its top story. On April 17th, the Ontario Provincial Police take the lead in the investigation, and the ground searches recommence. The case was then officially classed as an abduction, not just a missing person. They step up a media campaign by releasing a composite sketch of the woman in the video, and then circulate the image on social media and local news outlets. On May 19th, police attain information that the woman is 18-year-old Terry Lynn McClintock, who is already in custody for breaching a probation order for a previous drug violation. She was transferred to the Ontario Police Headquarters and interviewed at roughly 5:30 p.m. by Detective Sergeant Jim Smith. She initially denied being the woman in the video and claimed to know nothing about the missing girl, but roughly 45 minutes into the interrogation, she breaks.
They could go right back to what you've said a few times.
You didn't want to see it, okay? But that doesn't change the fact that you saw it. Okay, and that's what you need to be truthful about. And I know it's hard to talk about. I know it's even harder to talk about than the sexual part of it, okay? But you saw it. Nobody saw it. And we need to talk about that. When I see Mike was right on his lap, like I swear to God, I got it. I didn't want to see it. I could hear her calling my name.
She describes in disturbing detail the abduction and killing of Tori Stafford, stating that she lured the girl into a secluded parking space with a promise of showing her a puppy. She was then forced into the back seat of a vehicle that immediately drove away. In the driver's seat was 28-year-old Michael Rafferty, who then drove to a secluded area about 100 miles north of Woodstock. He then proceeded to sexually assault and then murder the 8-year-old, with the fatal injuries being 4 strikes to the head with a claw hammer. McClintock drew a rough sketch of the area where Tori was killed, which eventually led police to discover the girl's remains. She was found with lacerations to her liver and 16 broken ribs, but her eventual cause of death correlated with Terry's testimony, as was confirmed to be the result of repeated blows to the head with a blunt object. At 7:55 p.m. that evening, Michael Rafferty is arrested and informed that he is being charged with kidnapping and first-degree murder. He is read his rights and then brought to the police headquarters for immediate interrogation.
Thanks. Why don't you grab a chair? That'll unfold, so that's a blanket for you there, okay? Tea, I think they might have only put 1 sugar in it, they got it mixed up. Just plain donut there, we're gonna stir it apart. If you get hungry or anything else, just let me know, okay? Do you have any, you eat since noon? Okay, are you hungry now? I get you a full meal if you want. Baked eggs or do you want something else? It's okay. That's okay. You can listen. And if you have any questions as we go along, no issues there at all. Okay. I got a few things I'll talk to you about. As I told you, my name is Chris. Last name is Long. And your name is Michael. And you go by Mike and Michael, what's your preference? Okay. I'll probably call you Mike. So unless that really offends you, just leave it with me. I'm gonna go over a few things here today. Okay, Mike, like I say, don't be shy. You'll find I'm pretty relaxed, pretty laid back because I've dealt with these types of issues before.
The Ontario Provincial Police have a highly trained behavioral sciences unit, and their subdivision of forensic psychiatry is recognized as one of the best in the world. At first, you will see the familiar strategy of rapport development. The investigator will retain a friendly and almost nonchalant disposition throughout the interrogation. The perception of solidarity and respect will make the suspect more likely to cooperate and take things into consideration, while the detective's easygoing disposition will also downplay the severity of the crime, thus making the gravity of admission far less intimidating.
Anytime that you have a question, right? Don't be shy. I have no issues getting any food there, so if there's something that you want, I'll give you some food. Say that for you in 5 minutes. My job is, as I mentioned to you, I'm from what's called the behavioral science. We're talking about the missing person, Tori Stafford. I know you were following a little bit in the media. You follow some of the bits and pieces of those behavioral sciences people involved, right? Sometimes they were criminal profilers, other members in there involved threat assessment. That's what this as well. And threat assessment, what my job is to determine the risk. Okay, what's the risk of a certain situation? The situation that we're talking about, you're going to find here that there's nothing you're going to tell me to surprise me. Okay, for 2 reasons. One, I've heard a lot of this stuff before. The second reason is I'm fortunate enough to know what all the case facts are. Okay, so what I have to do is assess what I perceive as a threat. So are you going to go and kill more people after this situation? Okay, that's what my job is, to assess threat level. Right, I already know you're responsible for that now. Okay, so that's what my job is to determine, okay, what's happened here. All
right?
Staff Sergeant Chris Loam had been a police officer for over 21 years and was a member of the Behavioral Sciences Unit for the last 17. At the time this interrogation took place, he was the head of the analysis section. This meant he was in charge of criminal profiling, threat assessment, and forensic psychiatry. He indicates that his only purpose is to assess the suspect's threat level, yet this variety of threat assessment is only applied to less severe infractions. With relation to rape and murder, the serious nature of the crime means that the threat level is already assessed long before any form of psychoanalysis takes place. In reality, the investigator's primary purpose is to gain an understanding of the suspect's character and then use this knowledge to try and influence both his reasoning and decision making.
Before we go through all that, though, people just don't wake up one day, decide this is going to happen. I know that, right? So there's a lot of ideas in people's heads at the time. And, if I go through, and I go through your history, your background, there's not a whole hell of a lot you've been involved in, like this, right? You're completely under the radar. Anyway, so I got to go through a few things with you here, right? Obviously, you're upset by what's going on. You're here for a reason. And right back at the beginning, the investigators and the case manager, the officer in charge said that I'm going to follow the evidence and go where the evidence leads me. Okay? And now you're here because the evidence has led the investigators to you, right? And I get involved after that. There's people that I work with in behavioral sciences that have been here from the outset of the investigation. But really, at this point in time, I go in and look at your history. There's very little on there. Like, so you've flown under the radar. You haven't had any major problems with the police. Okay, and all of a sudden you're involved in this situation. It's a serious situation, and it's a serious situation. I'm sure you're quite upset and quite concerned about what's going on here, right? The last one I was involved with like this, I don't know if you're aware of it, was a girl named Molly Jones in Toronto. She went missing. And the guy that had abducted her, his name was Michael Breer. And what he was doing is he was watching and on his computer for hours and hours and hours. He was looking at child to the point that he decides, I'm going to try this. And he goes and he grabs Holly and does things to her. And then he realizes, what am I going to do? Okay. And he panics. He doesn't know what to do because she's a witness now. And he says, if I just let her go, she's going to tell him. So he decides that he's not going to let her go. Right. And all that was something as simple as watching child pornography for hours on end. These things happen. Okay. You can't say it happened. Toronto's not that far from me. Okay. These things happen all the time. Right. So what I need to do is sit with you. I already know how. I know the who's, right? Why? I mean, why is up to you. I can actually probably fill in that blank for you, but that's not. I'm going to assess risk here and see, number one, do you even feel bad about what you've done? That's the first thing I look for. And number two, do I think, okay, he doesn't feel bad, so the attorney's probably going to do this again because he really doesn't care about the first time it's happened. Okay. Not at all upset with you. I'm not mad at you. I don't mind sitting here talking to you. You're alone if I don't want to talk to you because I'll just simply be right. From reading about you, this to me seems like it's out of character. No, I could be wrong, right? You may have been planning this for a long period of time. You may have thoroughly enjoyed this. If I'm wrong, then you tell me that, right? But I also know that we all make mistakes. Okay, that's what pencils have erasers. Okay, because we all make mistakes. It's that simple. Spending time with you here, and if I'm wrong, you tell me. But it looks like if you could turn back time, here's a few decisions in life you've made a little bit different. All right. If I could turn back time for you, like I would, but it's not that simple. Okay. So now you and I have to sit here and face what's happened. Okay. I can tell you what happened. I can take you through the day for disappearance. Okay. I've seen the video, right? I know that you didn't do this alone. And at the end of the day, we got to go out and get a good decision. Okay. Because it's a young girl we got to talk about. But you and I sit and talk about your side. And people think the worst, right? It's human nature, right? You've done it right now. We always think the worst until we know the facts. Okay, so that's what you and I need to sit here and work and discuss, work through. Again, if I'm wrong, you tell me. Okay, but I really believe if you could turn back time, you deal with this a little bit different. Okay, and there may have been a rush, it may have been exciting for a period of time, but then reality sets in. have to sit and live with the fact of what's happening. Okay? That's what we're doing here. So feel what's happening. Really, at this point, what you have left is your word and your credibility. And people always think the worst, okay? Until they know the truth. You do it, and I do it. It's human nature. So we're all going to think the worst until we know why this is happening in your mind. Again, if it's something where you're like Michael Briere, where you looked at a lot of child porn and then decided you were going to try it, then that's fine. If it wasn't your idea, then that's fine too. But we can't change the case facts, right? You know deep down that this is your chance to get it off your chest. You're not sitting there the rest of your life saying, I guess I should have said something, right? I guess I should have got it off my chest and said it myself. This is your last chance to do it. The fact that you're here and the fact that they've already they know where the victim is, okay? They know your steps. This is it. You have to take the steps now to live the rest of your life. Okay. This is what you have to do. You don't need to talk about it. Okay.
It's always interesting to examine a suspect's demeanor while being interrogated, especially compared to how they most likely were while committing their violation. The suspect here is a quivering mess, acting like a helpless victim, wallowing in his own self-pity while vying for sympathy. Essentially the opposite of how he was while attacking Tori Stafford. It's ironic that the powerless and vulnerable complexion he is trying to portray here is exactly what his victim would have felt at the time she was attacked. The sympathy he is trying to garner for himself is clearly what he lacked for the 8-year-old child he raped and murdered.
I've got to determine as part of my job. When all is said and done here, do I think Mike's done? This is it. He's made his mistake. He realizes how wrong the mistake that he made. And he's willing to look past it. Or do I have to sit here and say, all right, my report's going to say very simple. I think this guy's going to reoffend. That's what our job is. We deal with these types of situations, reasons why people do this stuff. Okay. Like I say, this may have been a thing that you just snapped and did something. That stuff happens. Or maybe it's something you planned for many months and got some enjoyment out of it.
I didn't do anything.
Oh, that's very true.
That is entirely true. Like, I didn't do anything.
You can try and cement yourself into that, okay? But at the same time, you're not doing yourself any good by not being truthful. Okay?
The investigator wants to come across as empathetic and understanding, yet still needs to keep the suspect's confidence low. He watches for denials and stops them immediately. Letting the suspect deny his guilt will only increase his morale, thus increase his psychological endurance and constancy for self-preservation. This needs to be stripped away as much as possible, as early as possible.
Because by not being truthful, all you have left is your credibility. That's all you have left. Okay? You're not the only person who's been arrested and charged. Okay? And there's no surprises left. Okay? At least it's not even a surprise. It's why this happened.
Also not the only innocent person who's ever been arrested and charged.
Well, that's true. There's been people that have been arrested for things where there's no evidence, but fortunately in this case, there's lots of evidence to determine your role in it. Okay? The girl who's on the video who walks away with Tori has been identified, and she's been identified as her and Tori being in your car. And the three of you and her and Tori, go to the golf area, go to the Home Depot. Okay? And the grabbing of Tori, there was a planned event that you were going to grab her, grab a girl. The other person was going to do it. The other person got the girl, put her in your car, right? And then there's other steps that are taken from there. Okay, there's things that happen in people. There's things that happen on the side as well. There's things that happen to Tori, right? Before she's gone. You're involved in it. And you can't mask that. You can't change it. Okay? Because what's happened is happened. I can't turn back the hands of time, and neither can you. Okay? There's nothing I can do to turn back the hands of time and say, I wish Mike would have reacted to this situation a little bit different. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind that you're involved in the abduction, okay, of Tori. No doubt in my mind at all. I followed the evidence, I've read the file. Okay, there's no doubt in my mind. We're past that. Okay. And the only concern or the issue that I have is why you did this. What caused you to do this? Was it something you would like to say? Is this something you've done before? You've been involved in the death of other people and you've enjoyed this? Am I sitting across the desk from Paul Bernardo here? Am I sitting across from someone who made a mistake? Okay. That's going to be the question that's asked of you. All right. Get you a bucket there just a second. gonna get sick, pull your boots, sir. Okay. I've seen it before, you're not gonna offend here, but so if you gotta be sick, Mike, go right ahead. Yeah. We'll get you some favorite towels. Feel like you're gonna be sick, just grab the bucket there handy for you, okay? Right there. You and I need to have a discussion. This isn't a parking ticket, okay? This is reality. Okay, and people are, I've already told you, you know this. People assume the worst until they know the truth. Okay? And people are going to assume the worst of you. Unless you and I sit here and clarify. Okay, something's pushed you to do this. Okay, you can't just fly under the radar your entire life. Okay, like it doesn't matter. It's not realistic. I'm gonna sit and tell you that something brings this on. When you sit and talk to someone who had a troubled life like Michael Breer and just gets pushed into doing this and panics and thinks, what would it be like to take a kid and touch and rub a kid and then wish you could stop? Okay. And people can't. That's the full issue, right?
The detective seems to be almost rambling here, but this is a common strategy used to keep the suspect's mind racing. When Rafferty is concentrating on what the detective is saying, it doesn't give him a chance to conjure up his own thoughts, making it very hard for him to either think up a lie or disassociate from the situation altogether. It's a methodical process of breaking a suspect down through mental exhaustion and slowly chipping away at his psychological stamina piece by piece.
We can't control every emotion. Right? We can't control some of our urges, some of our thoughts. None of us can. Okay. And I can't look in the face and say I have made a mistake or made a bad decision because I have. The reality of it is you and I have to accept that and move on. Okay. Because I can walk out there and never see you again. Like I could do that. Right. My job here is done. The job here is done, as you'll find out tomorrow. As things start to be released. There is no more questions. There is no more long drawn out investigations. They're already sending people home to spend time with their families. Okay. They're scaling back what's happened because it's been cleared and they know what's happened. The pieces of evidence have been gathered. So that's reality. I can't downplay that. But you and I need to walk out of here together. Okay. With what happened here. You and I have to sit and say, this is what pushed Mike over the top. This is what pushed Mike to get involved in something. Because if I don't, then you sit here on your own and you have to take it. And is that necessarily fair? Right?
I have to sit here on my own anyways and take this.
To an extent, you do, yes. You have to sit there and decide, am I going to get rid of this and get this off my chest so people understand my side, or am I going to sit there curled up and keep it in for the rest of my life? Right? You need to be realistic about this. Okay? You have no battle plan to deal with this. Right? It's happened, it's spun out of control, and you're thinking, okay, if I get caught for it, what am I going to do? Well, your plan isn't going to work, okay? Because you're not built for this. This isn't what you're about. Okay, you're not some sick bastard, right? That sits there and gets enjoyment out of hurting people. All right, so now you have to live with this, okay? And to live with it, one of the first ways, right? It's like if someone's an alcoholic, what's the first thing they have to do? Acknowledge they got the issue, right? You have an issue here in that there's overwhelming evidence, compelling evidence that indicates you're involved in what's happened. Okay. And no, I can't change that. You can't change that at this stage. But you need to be honest and you need to understand your credibility, Mike, is all you have left. All you have left from here on in is your credibility. And you sitting here saying nothing doesn't do you a bit of good because no one's going to know. Then all of a sudden, 10 years from now or 5 years from now, you decide to say something. Who's going to listen? Nobody. Okay. This is your chance to say your piece. Right. Like I say, if you want, you can see probably trying not to out of respect actually for you, but I can sit and get as graphic as I want, okay, because none of this stuff bothers me because I've seen it hundreds of times, okay, but if I sit over what's happening here with Corey, you may not be real happy because it's going to cause you to relive all this crap, okay, and maybe you want to, because I can tell you I've sat with guys that wanted me to say it again so they can hear what they've accomplished. I've had this. They want me to say it 2 and 3 times because they get a rush out of that. I don't think that's you. Okay. You're not some sick guy. Okay. I'm not sitting across from Paul Bernard. Okay. I know that. And I know people that have sat across from him. Okay. And I had 2 officers that have in different stages of their lives. Okay. And I know what he's all about. You're not that guy. All right. But at the same time, you can't just sit here and say, well, this all goes away. Right. This isn't like a list your girlfriend gives you to say, here's a list of things to do. Can you go pick up a few things at the grocery store for them? get some gas. This isn't what that is. Okay, this is a lot more serious than a to-do list. We need to deal with reality. And the reality of it is your credibility is all you have left at this point. You sit there and say nothing, everybody's going to assume the worst. Okay? And you may be painted with a picture that you're not real happy with. Okay? I'm the only one that feels like sitting in here with you, right? There's no investigators lined up in here sitting with you. Why do you think that is? Right? Because they've been working at this for weeks. Okay? They're tired and they've been away from their families and none of them want to come in here and talk. Okay? I have no issue with it. I'm neutral. I don't have these issues. I haven't been away from my family. I don't mind talking to people. I've talked to people that have been involved in things far worse than what they're saying you did here. Far worse. Okay? I can sit and list the things that I've been involved in. People have done things that have been a threat to our national security, terrorism in Canada. Or dealt with people that have been involved in murder of 3 people. Right? I've been involved with people who have doctored and taken life of children. I've been involved. I've dealt with many people who are sex offenders that habitually, repeatedly touch and molest children. I've dealt with that. That stuff doesn't bother me. Okay. What's going on here is that you're just in there, you're just a big bundle of nerves, and you don't know what to do. You don't know whether to sit here, shake, shit, puke, you don't know what to do. But the reality of it is, at the end of the day, the evidence is the evidence. Okay. And the evidence clearly shows you're responsible for the abduction of Tori. Okay. And I also know she's no longer with us. Okay. And you're responsible for that too. Okay. There's a sexual component to this as well. So you might want to sit and get this off your chest and go through your side with me. All right. Because if I just walk away, at minimum, that's what people are doing. At minimum, you have some explaining to do. Okay, that's reality. I can't change that. Okay. If this is something that got out of control that you just planned on taking and you thought you were going to put her back, or to take her for a ride, that's fine. Get out of hand, then we need to talk about that. Okay. You need to sit and explain that and say why. Okay. If not, then I say people think the worst until they know there is no other way. You don't have any other option. There's nothing else that you can do to change what's happened to her. We can't turn back time. However, we can explain how things got off the rails, whether it was something that happened slowly or just went right off the rails right from the beginning. Why do you think the OPP has a behavior sciences section? This is all the stuff that we deal with. Okay. We deal with occurrences that are unusual. We deal with situations that aren't regular situations. And that's not what this is. This isn't a regular situation. This is a couple of people that made a series of decisions that hopefully they understand are quite right and that they feel bad about. I don't think you're some kind of monster. If I did, you'll find me pretty candid. You'll find that I'll come right up and tell you. Okay. I don't think that. Okay. I think this got out of control. I think it got out of hand. Okay. Are you some kind of monster? Or did you make a mistake? You made a mistake, right? This is a mistake, right? Why don't you take it back if you could? This is a mistake, right? Why don't you take it back? You can turn back the hands of time, like, would you change this? Do this a little bit different. Like, okay. You can turn back the hands of time. You're not some monster. You made a mistake, right? You take this back if you could. This is a mistake, Mike. You need to deal with this. Okay, monster.
What I did not do, what you think I did.
I know we're past that. Okay? We're past that, Mike. Okay? I know you're not a monster. If you did, if I thought you're a monster, I would tell you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't just walk out. I would spend some time with you. If I thought you're a monster, just because I want to see what makes you tick. You're not a monster. All right. This thing has consumed you. Look at you. Right? You can barely eat or drink. You haven't touched your donut. Right? Why is it? Because your guts are eating yourself up inside. Okay. You can't sit and say that you're innocent. What's the first thing you did when you got in here? Just lay down and curl up. Right? It's all over. You know it's over. Okay. You know it's done. Okay. Don't have to be an expert in body language. All you've done is lay around in the fetal position since you've been here. That's not how innocent people are. That's not how people that are falsely accused of something.
It's could be that it's freezing. I have 8 cents new. It could be that this is all just a huge short to me. No, it could have been any of that at all.
It's probably all of that, but it's also the fact that you're involved. It's probably all of that. Like, okay, the fact that maybe you haven't eaten that much, and maybe you're question. First thing you said to me was you're cold and hungry. So that's why I grabbed you that stuff. Okay. And I'm willing to accept that. Maybe that is part of the issue. Okay. there is a larger issue. Okay. It's the issue of the evidence, the issue that you're. Can't change that. If I have no ill will, anger towards you, I have none. You don't make me mad. You don't upset me, nothing like that. Okay. The only issue I have is I don't fully understand the volunteer you're coming here and shoot shit with you because I've talked to people in worse situations than you. Okay. And you said you've been pretty respectful with me. You're not giving me a hard time. You're not being rude to me. So I'll sit with you because, but you know, the reality of it is I can walk away and you're going to sit and deal with this on your own for the rest of your life. You're a smart guy. You're nobody's fool. You know the situation. You know you're in a tough spot. And again, this is your opportunity to say your piece. But you got some pretty serious explaining to do here. Okay? In the big picture. Without me, if I just leave you here, you got some stuff that you need to explain. I've acknowledged already what my thoughts are of you. Okay, I've told you that from the beginning. That this is out of character. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's why you don't want it to. And maybe you're thinking, you know what, Chris, you're wrong. Maybe I've done this before. Maybe I planned on doing it again, right? I don't think that. But I mean, you could be sitting here playing, right? But how would I know? Okay? I can tell you that I don't think that's the case because I've sat across from a lot of people. Again, I went through stuff a lot worse than you. You made a mistake, man. Deal with it and we move on. Yeah, certainly you're just gonna sit here. Oh well, take a chance. Maybe I'll just leave it alone. Myself up. Well past that. This is not gonna work itself out. Okay. We're past that. You need to acknowledge what's caused you to do this. I never said for a second that you went and took that kid from the school because you did. That kid was taken from that school, right, by Terry and put in your car. And you were there. And you were part of when the kid was driven around with the wolf. Okay, and from there, the kid into the demise of the kid. This is the stuff we need to explain. Nobody can control your destiny now but you. Okay? I can. I mean, I've already told you, I've already put my cards on the table. This is your chance, man. Do you not think you're going to feel better? Getting some of this off your chest as opposed to keeping it there forever. You know what I mean? I'll sit with you and do this. There's no issues with it at all. You can say I have no problem sitting with you. Let me just find a starting point and we'll do it. Because you're going to sit and stew forever. So no, I should have said this or shouldn't I have said that, right? It's up to you. I mean, I've got situations where I wish I'd have told somebody something that I didn't. I regretted it my whole life. Right? Situations with family members where you should have said your piece or you should have kept your mouth shut. But we all have those experiences. But this is your chance to say your piece, right? I think you and I should take that chance. I think you and I should just sit and have that discussion. How's it going to get worse, right? It can't. And obviously, to an extent, someone's put you in this position, right? You need to deal with it.
You want me to tell you things I didn't do so I can get locked up for the rest of my life for this.
No, it's not. You want you to tell me things you did not do? No. I'm going to ask you a question. What's your biggest fear or your biggest concern now that you've been charged with this? What's your biggest concern here?
Losing my life.
Right.
I want to know what this Terry said.
Okay. She acknowledges that she grabbed toward and brought her to your car. That was your wishes. You sent her there with certain things that you were looking for in a victim. And she took her. And you guys drove on the highway and did the Home Depot thing, which you talked about. Left the Home Depot to a secluded area. Had sexual relations with Tori. And Tori was killed. This is your time, man. This is as good as it gets, unfortunately. All right, this is it. And, I mean, I can get into more detail if you want, but in a nutshell, that's a polite way of saying what the allegations are. If there's stuff There's other people there. What's happening?
It's this process, what happens?
Happens after you appear to talk to yourselves. The court charge will be read to you again. Be a discussion if you get out of custody for bail. A schedule a bail hearing to determine that. And from there, it's a matter of where it goes from the investigation. Will go on for a little while. Yeah, there's a couple things that, as I told you, there need to be done. The big picture, you're facing these charges. I guess we could just deal with the issue here. Just
I'm going to deal with this issue.
The suspect remains unyielding after 95 minutes of psychological pressure, so the investigators commence the next stage of the interrogation. They initiate the Mutt and Jeff technique, most commonly known in pop culture as good cop, bad cop.
Yes, I understand that. I wait here, wanted to see what Jerry Lynn had to say. Mike, Jerry Lynn's still speaking, my partner. Okay? This was the girl you killed. All right. She's not missing anymore. She's dead. Jerry Lynn was asked today if she wanted to call a lawyer 4 times. She said no, all 4 times. She went through 2 boxes of Kleenex. All right. She says on the 8th of April, Wednesday, the 8th of April, 2009, at 3:30 in the afternoon, we drop her off at Payton, south of Fife, south of the public school, where Tori walks out of. You tell her to get a girl and you are young. She walks up the street. You drive up to the old age home, you park your car. She walks up to Tori. Tori's nice to her. She trusts her. She holds her hand for a little bit. She walks up the street with her. Jerry Lynn tells her about her little dog, gets her across the street to your car, opens the back door. Tori doesn't like it anymore. She pushes her in the car. You start driving. She says she's freaking out. She says she's worried about you. She's scared of what you're going to do. She says you guys hit the 401, start driving the Guelph, park outside the house, you go in for a little while, you come out with some drugs, she thinks. Then you drive to the Home Depot. You park at the end of the parking lot. You tell her it's her time to get out of the car. You tell her to go in there, you give her some cash because you don't want to use your debit card, so you don't track it. She goes in there, she gets garbage bags, so she's told to do it. She comes back out. Then you go drive. And you pull into a farmer's field right across from the house, to the point where you're even asking her if anybody can see you. And what does she do? She says she goes for a walk. She doesn't want to see what happens. Then she comes back. You're not sitting in the front seat anymore, like you're sitting in the back seat. She's not liking what she sees, so she walks away again. Then she comes back, and you make her hold one of those garbage bags while you put some of your clothes, her jacket, and hammer in the garbage bag. Then you drive to a gas station. She never sees Tori again. You drive to the gas station, get out, you wash up, you dump the bag. You drive back to Woodstock. That's Jerry Lynn's story, Mike. That's Jerry Lynn's story while she balls her eyes out through 2 boxes of Kleenex. And I asked her 4 times, hey, you want to call a lawyer? She says, I don't need to call a lawyer. I feel so bad about what happened. I just want to tell you all about it. That's what you're up against. Experienced lawyer. Well, the only person who can tell us that, but
just to be careful. Like some of the shit she said is back. I just video but other evidence, but also some of the explanations that she gave as well. Are very. That's a paragraph I said. there is some stuff that she says. It's true.
How old are you? 28 years old. You wanna tell us your side of the story, get ready for fucking security blanket. Start being a man. Cause it's not gonna be her secret that we find on her body. We look at the areas underneath the parts of the seat that you cut out. We're gonna find her blood. Do you know how blood works? You know about red blood cells, white blood cells? White blood cells are thinner. They look like spit when they're separated from red blood cells. They're the ones that seep through the foam. That's what they get the DNA with. Skin cells from her rubbing up and down against your seats in your car. Tori Stafford is all over your car. All over. And Cherry Lynn explains everything that she knows from her life. You're explaining nothing. So I don't give a fuck if you say one more word, tell the truth.
We're done.
Oh, I'm done with you anyway. This officer here is trying to understand what the hell you're going through. I don't care.
Who are you?
But you're the lead investigator. Okay,
Terry Lynn's bullshit.
that's gonna be a funny thing for you to say for the isn't it? Yes, how's the DNA gonna be full of shit, Mike? Huh? How's the biologist from the Center for Forensic Sciences gonna be full of shit? How's the pathologist that examines her body full of shit? Explain that to me.
Careful, like that's dangerous. There's something you know, clarify what you said. Let's clarify it, but you can't just sit here with a blanket statement that she's full of shit because here's the thing, that's truth. By you saying that takes away your credit. Just be very careful.
This doctor's got a job to do. He's got a different job than I do. For my investigation, you keep his mouth shut is the best thing can happen. So keep on keeping it shut.
Okay.
The theory behind good cop, bad cop is known as the fear, then relief response. It's believed that when the immediate shift from one emotion to the next is so extreme, a suspect can become disoriented, and their ability to think critically can be affected. This specific state of disorientation makes compliance more likely, as the rapid change of emotion can evoke the feeling of uncertainty, and the suspect's positive response to an oncoming request is a form of coping with this uncertainty. This is, of course, not a guaranteed system, and a suspect will not always respond in the desired manner.
Same time, what he's saying is right. I didn't watch what she was saying. She was very right, and she did go through things. There's no question. She was upset, and there's stuff that she said that was clearly known ahead of time by the investigators, and there's stuff that was said that by her saying it later to be confirmed otherwise. So just can't say don't either. Just be careful. Anyways, but if like I said, I have questions on that. That doesn't change my opinion. It's done. Got there. Obviously, it's like listening to me. So said yes, but like I say I've got no pistol yes. So like I say, this is your chance. This is your chance to say your piece.
He just told me not to say.
It's up to you. So you don't say anything.
That's what he said.
He isn't like it. It's fine. I'm still interested in listening to it. All right. She's grabbed. Discuss that. See what your thoughts are there.
So, because of the officer, because of what the lawyer said, that was everything. I just,
What do you think of that?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Someone runs in here, starts parking. Just want me to say it right there. You just want me to say things. So it's open and closed. So it's over and done, like, that's it. This is how it is. Nothing we'll be talking about.
No, actually, because, you know, actually, that's fair. That's a very fair statement. But I gotta tell you, in this case, it's not. It doesn't matter. So yeah, Alden, I'm interested to listen to what you have to say. Because it doesn't mention up this case.
I'm ready to,
Just because of all the different angles and all that.
just.
So you're prepared then, I just leave it like this. Yeah, write it out from here, see where it goes.
Yep.
That's the best way to do it.
I don't know. I've never been in this chair before. I don't know.
Any questions of me? Pete. Say that. Wouldn't have to take care.
Good job.
I could have walked out on that seat, so you got right here. Realize that is. I know that you're gonna go back and sit, sleep, or do whatever for a while. Better do it on a full stomach. That's all it is to it. I don't have to ask you food, but I am prepared to give you food. So
Ask you eat. Say, well, looking at an appetite. This is how he must have been feeling. Oh, he drank his tea. This is how he must be feeling. He drank the fact he's just starving you.
you're reading too much into that. No, it's not business. Something because if you're hungry, you eat. I don't care if you eat it or not. Right? It's up to you. It doesn't matter to me if you eat or you don't eat.
And that doesn't go anywhere in any of your reports.
What's that?
That I ate or not eat.
No, some video doesn't have eat or not to write any report. My report doesn't say if you ate or not. My report says what we are to.
This is a very intriguing moment of the interrogation, as the suspect's state of mind seems to be in two places at once. He is undoubtedly clinging on to hope, made evident by his outright refusal to admit involvement, yet he still has situational awareness. He knows deep down that his act isn't being bought, giving reason for his guilt in requesting food. He would have been starving at this moment, yet his primary concern was how he would be perceived while eating. He is caught between wanting to satisfy his hunger and trying to appear so guilt-ridden by the circumstances that he doesn't even care about his hunger.
Makes sense. Your appetite at this point doesn't matter. Really, I come in here, I sat, explain to you what the other was. Had a discussion. I don't think there's any animosity between it. So we had a discussion about what the case facts are. And that was it. So it doesn't matter to me if you eat or not. It was legit enough. If you want something, I'll read it. Read too much in the bed. Want something to eat?
Something that's
We have some pizza. Look at me. Please.
In reality, no food was coming. The suspect had it right when he stated that the investigator didn't care about his hunger, and he wasn't about to go out of his way to get a takeaway meal for a child killer. The Mutt and Jeff technique, although very well executed, was unsuccessful on this occasion.
I'm a pretty get down facts kind of guy, and I'm sure you've realized that from a brief encounter earlier, right? This is not rocket science. Got what Terry Lynn told me, set up for you. And about you. This is your opportunity, Terry Lynn, sitting right here. Tell her she's a liar. Got no problem with saying with their other room. So you're all.
I'm looking at it. I don't.
You might. You know what? Walk in here. Okay? I'm not gonna throw any punches here, okay? I'm not gonna try and kiss your ass, all right?
Detective Smith's behavior in the following moments is not associated with any techniques nor strategies. He knows the suspect's inclination is virtually set and unlikely to be influenced any further from this point onward. The following onslaught doesn't have any tactical purposes related to the investigation. The detective has understandably become emotionally invested in the case and proceeds to give the prime suspect the psychological grilling he deserves.
I mean, let's face it. I'm a cop, right? In the last 5 weeks, I've been trying to find out who killed the 8-year-old girl. Okay? And I know the guys from behavioral sciences, they got their thing, they're trying to understand why, that's what they do.
You guys all work together.
Yeah, we do. They're good people, they know their job very well. And sure as hell, I'd like to know why. Right? I'd like to think that we don't have people walking around our communities just because they're bored on an afternoon and say, hey, why don't we grab that girl and rape and murder? I'd like to think that we live in a community where people think a little bit more about what they're gonna do with that. You think you're coming off as an innocent guy? You think you're looking like somebody who's been wrongfully accused here?
You're gonna see it however you want to see it. My lawyer, the lawyer instructed me. Just say,
I know, Mike, I know
simply,
you say, but that doesn't make you an innocent man. That makes you a man who's saying, oh, fuck. What am I gonna do now?
nothing I do is gonna change her. So I might as well just follow the lawyer's advice.
Well, you're right there. Nothing you do is gonna get you walking out of this police station tonight without being charged with murder, Terry Stafford. You're right. You know how much media coverage this has. You know what the newspapers are going to do with this. And to your family. Tomorrow. Okay. You think the cops are gonna be talking to everybody you ever spoke to in your life? That's nothing compared to what the media is going to do. This is a huge story for you. This is the next Paul Bernardo. Whether you like it or not, a girl and a guy kidnapping an 8-year-old girl and murdering her. That's one of the most sensational things that have happened in this province since Bernardo and Carl. It's going to be a frenzy. You and I both know. You know, the psychopath is me.
I've never met her.
I just met him tonight.
I just find it funny how you can go full sure on something you don't know.
Somebody tells me that they present a man killed an 8-year-old girl.
Somebody told you that.
She did.
Okay.
When that happens, we don't say, oh, well, maybe after we go golfing for the week, we'll go and see Mike and see what he has to say. That's not the way it works.
So let's just pick them up and then say, yep, you did it. Because that's obviously got to be the right way to go about things.
So the last thing I covered off with everybody I talked to in situations like this, when it's pretty straightforward. Okay. Rodney Stafford and Jared McDonald have to be notified of this. First question I don't know if it's going to be what? Did they say why?
Sure, one of those two would not answer. Or something like that.
No, if you're gonna claim you have no involvement whatsoever, don't play games with me and throw a little, see what comes of it. If there's nobody involved in this except for you, Terry.
We're done.
Is that what you said to Troy before you killed her? We're done. Funny man. That's what you think this is. It's funny. I think you're a cold-blooded killer. You and I haven't spent too much more time now than you forced Troy Stafford to spend in your car. Could have let her out anywhere along the route. You could have killed her without sexual assault. And that's what I wanted to sit across from tonight. See what it's like to sit across from a guy who, when he abducts an 8-year-old girl, is so turned on by it that before he kills her, he has to have sex with her. So he asked me why I'm sitting in this room. I'm sitting in this room for Troy. Making use of her. Putting you through some of the grief that you put her through. That's my good time. See, puppy. 8 years old, Mike. 8 years old, buddy. She do party for her friends because they're decorating her. That's scary. Exactly. The judges will see. Worse. No. They just all. The nice thing about those sheriff you spend a big chunk of your life is they actually have glass cells. So your car can make goofy as each other day. It's nice meeting you. I can enjoy the rest of your life. This is a capper.
And it was all for this little girl right here. Not just Tori, but for every little child in Canada that doesn't deserve what happened to her.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. 31-year-old Michael Rafferty has been found guilty of murdering, kidnapping, and sexually assaulting 8-year-old Tori Stafford. It's been nearly 10 very long weeks of trial in London, which is where Laura Zilke has been covering this story since the very beginning.
In the courtroom, when the verdict was read out, there was a collective sigh of yes for each time one of those guilty verdicts was read out through friends and family. That came with the reading of each verdict. Guilty of first degree, guilty of abduction, and guilty of sexual assault. Lawyers from both sides of the story came out to speak with us as well. Their reaction, everyone appreciating that justice was done here, and every one of them also thanking the work that the jury had to do for having to sit through this case for, as you mentioned, Carolyn, almost 10 weeks.
It's been a long and difficult trial for everybody. The trial is finally over, so that's a good thing. But the verdict means that the jury has found that Michael Rafferty did kidnap, sexually assault, and murder Victoria Stafford, and our thoughts are with Victoria's family.
Hard decision for you to take cases like this.
It's never easy, but honestly, I mean, somebody has to take them. It's I get asked that question more often than almost anything else. How can you do a case like this? How can you defend such a person? The reality of it is that everybody in our system deserves a strong, proper, and effective defense.
Even before going into the courtroom, there was really a sense of excitement. I think a lot of the family thought that because the verdict did come so quickly, just over a day of deliberations, they truly believed that this was going to be a guilty verdict. Then going into the courtroom, that simply continued. the relief that went over this, it was really almost unbelievable to hear the sighs that went through everyone in that courtroom. Carolyn.
Both Michael Rafferty and Terry Lynn McClintock were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years.
Hello?
This is Global Health. Three-way calling is prohibited. All inmate telephone calls are recorded. I have a prepaid call from an inmate at Duval County Blue. Your account balance is $27.05. If you wish to accept this prepaid call, dial 0 and thank you.
Hey, honey.
Yeah, mind I called you back.
No, I'll punch it.
Looking at a room by myself, but I guess it'd be better than being in a room with somebody else.
Well, you know, they probably wouldn't think too highly about what's going on. And so it is that, but I can only imagine. But your mom said she was sending you a book. And I don't know how he's going about it.
About this today, and I was like, I'm the victim here. I'm the fucking victim here. I was the one that was being played upon, and I fought back.
Right.
You know, like, so it's my fault because I am.
Right.
Like, I got attacked, and I fought back because I didn't want to be a victim, and now I'm in trouble. I refused to be a victim, and now I'm incarcerated.
Oh.
That's how I'm told for these boys, but you have to get them to turn the radio down, and for that, they're going to kill me. I mean, it's absurd that they would do that, but, you know, they're violent.
Well, honey, I don't think we should talk about it anymore.
I don't know how else to put it. Like, they attacked me. I'm the victim. But I was the victim too.
In the late Friday afternoon of November 23rd, 2012, a young couple were getting married at the Winterbourne Inn, an impressive wedding venue situated along the St. Johns River. They held hands and recited vows in near silence as 50 guests looked on toward the scenic ceremony. One of those guests, sitting in the front row, was 45-year-old software developer Michael Dunn, the father of the groom. Sitting next to him was his girlfriend of 4 years and fiancé of 6 months, 45-year-old nurse Rhonda Rowler.
Raise your right hand, please. The clerk's going to administer the oath to you. Right here. There you go. Just relax. It's okay. Relax.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Miss Robert, do you know someone by the name of Michael Dunn?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Mr. Dunn for?
About 4 years.
Miss Robert, what is your relationship to Mr. Dunn?
He's my fiance.
Why did you and the defendant come up to Jacksonville on Thursday night for the Friday wedding?
Because we have a puppy named Charlie, and because you usually can't check into hotels until like 3 or 4, and with the wedding being at 4, we didn't think we'd have time to get settled.
They had just drove 2 hours from their shared home in Brevard County, and their 7-month-old French bulldog named Charlie was waiting for them at a hotel roughly 15 miles from the venue.
Did you have anything to drink during the reception?
I had a glass of red wine, and then I had about 2 to 3 rum and cokes.
And do you know whether or not the defendant had anything to drink?
He had rum and coke as well.
Do you know how many drinks he had?
He maybe had 3 or 4.
They stayed for just over 3 hours at the reception, then reportedly had to leave early to go back to the hotel and take the puppy for a walk. They were staying at the Sheridan Hotel on Deerwood Park Boulevard, but as they were driving back, decided to pull into the Gate gas station on Bay Meadows Road at the last minute.
What's the reason for stopping at the gas station?
to get a bottle of wine.
And whose idea was it, Miss Brower?
Mine.
Just before they got to the gas station, the car in front of them had the same idea and pulled in just before they did. The occupant of that vehicle would be known as Witness 7.
When you pulled up, was there an open spot to the right of the red Dodge Durango?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Tell these jurors why you didn't pull into that empty spot next to the sidewalk.
Heard loud music. Didn't want to deal with it.
The Dodge Durango in question belonged to 18-year-old Tommy Storms, who at the time was inside the store buying cigarettes, while his three friends, Leyland Brunson, Jordan Davis, and Tevin Thompson, remained in the car.
At some point while the three of you are waiting for Tommy Storms to come back, did a car pull into the parking space on the passenger side of the Dodge Durango?
Yes, sir.
And is that the side that you were sitting on?
Yes, sir.
Driving that car was Michael Dunn, who uttered something to his fiancée before she went inside.
Did the defendant say anything about the music when he parked the car next to the red car?
Yes.
And what did the defendant say?
Oh, I hate the music.
And what was your response to the defendant?
I said, yes, I know.
What happened, Miss Brower, after the defendant parked the car?
I gave him a kiss. I took $20 and I went into the store.
Mr. Thompson, while the three of you were waiting for Tommy Storms, did the defendant say anything to you or in your direction?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
He said, can you turn the music down? I can't hear myself think.
And what did you do when he said, turn the music down?
I turned the music down.
When you turned the music down, did either Leland Brunson or Jordan Davis say anything to you?
Yes, sir.
Who spoke?
Jordan.
And what did Jordan Davis say?
Turn the music back up.
And what did you do when you got back to the Durango?
I opened the door. I danced a little bit to the song that was playing. I got in the car.
Did you see or hear the driver say anything to Jordan Davis after Tommy Storms got back in the Durango?
Yes.
What was that?
Are you talking to me?
And how could you hear that?
Tevin turned the music down.
When?
When Tommy got back in to let him know what happened.
Did Jordan Davis say anything back to the driver when the driver said, are you talking to me?
Yes.
What did he say?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Please tell the jurors what happened next.
I heard someone yell or someone say something very loud.
And what did you hear that person say?
Nope, you're not going to talk to me that way.
What did you see the driver of the other car do when Jordan Davis said, yeah, I'm talking to you?
He reached into his glove compartment.
It was a big silver chrome, either 9mm or a 45. It was a large caliber.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the gun that you saw in the defendant's hand?
Yes, sir.
And what did the driver do with the gun when he grabbed it from the glove compartment?
He was holding it and he cocked it back.
As you were walking to the register, did you hear anything unusual?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I heard
Within 3 minutes of Michael Dunn pulling into the gas station, he fired a total of 10 shots into the vehicle next to him. The first 3 shots came through the back passenger side door, at which moment Tommy Storms hit reverse and backed up at full speed. The 4th shot missed, while shots 5, 6, and 7 came through the front passenger side door. The SUV then did a J-turn, at which point Michael Dunn got out of his car, took aim at the retreating vehicle, and fired 3 more shots into the back. The amount of time that passed from the first volley of gunfire to the second was exactly 4 seconds. Tommy Storms' quick thinking most likely saved multiple lives, as he took the car out of the shooter's line of fire midway through the first volley. Unfortunately, however, it wasn't enough to save everyone, as Jordan Davis had already been struck 3 times. He was hit in the leg, lungs, and heart, causing him to bleed to death in under 45 seconds. He was 17 years old. Roughly 20 seconds after the gunfire ceased, Rhonda realized it was her fiancé that had fired the shots, at which point she went outside to see what was going on.
I opened the door and she said, get in the car. And I don't know if I said what or if I said anything or if I just hesitated. And he said, get in the car. Like he was, he just had that sound in his voice, of urgency. Yeah. And so I got in the car.
You get in the car, he pulled out to leave. What's the conversation like in the car?
Well, I asked him, what happened?
Right.
That's what I said. I said, what happened? And he said, I shot at the car. And I'm like, and we're moving at this time.
Right.
And I said, what car? And he said, the one with the music. And I said, why? And he said, because they threatened to kill me. And I'm like, I don't understand, Michael. And I don't remember the words, exact words that he used, but it was like that they started to advance and I reacted.
Okay, they started to advance in that reaction. Okay.
And then I asked him, I said, did you hurt anyone? And he said, no, I just shot at the car. And you know, in my head, should I be telling you what I was thinking?
Yeah, you already told us that. Okay, yeah, you just tell me.
Okay. So in my head, I'm thinking, you know, you stupid ass, you know, what were you thinking? Why, you know, would you do this? But I can see that he was already upset, and I didn't want to add to that.
Right.
So I kept those thoughts to myself, and I figured I'd just tell him in the morning.
Okay.
And
it's all in the car? Yeah, it's all in the car.
And then by then, we were back to the hotel.
Okay.
Michael then walks the dog, orders a pizza, and pours himself a stiff rum and coke before they both go to sleep. There was almost no conversation between them the entire night.
How the morning played out.
So I got up and I started getting dressed, and the news is on. And and I see the red MTV. And mind you, I had no idea what kind of vehicle they were in, but I knew it was red. And so I see the red MTV being towed, and all I hear are shooting, convenience store, loud music, and then I don't know if they said a person was dead or just one dead and I said Mike, and I turned around and he was standing in the doorway of the bathroom, and he said, yes, I saw. And then I said, we need to go home.
So get your car and drive home.
Yeah.
Do you stop at all coming home? Okay. You drive straight to the house. Okay. What's kind of how does that all play out?
He just kept telling me that he loved me.
The whole drive down?
Yeah.
Were you guys really talking about it at all?
Yeah. We were listening to the radio, and then he would, you know, turn it down and just say, you know, I love you. And I know, you know, like I'm dumbfounded.
Right. It's okay. Take time. Take a minute.
It was just it was a horrible trip home.
Right.
And so no, I didn't want to hear anything. And you know, so I was just get us home.
Right.
Get us home.
Okay.
And then when I walked back in the house is when I got the call from you.
Witnesses at the scene of the shooting took down Michael's number plate, and police were able to track him down at his home in Brevard County. He was brought back to the JSO Police Department without incident and immediately subjected to interrogation. It began at exactly 4 p.m., 22 hours after the shooting.
If you do answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time and consult with a lawyer. Okay. You understand those rights? Yes, sir. Okay. You get this time where it says signature. And by signing there, you're just acknowledging that I went over your rights with you and that you do understand your rights. Obviously, I just kind of want to talk to you about what occurred last night.
It's important to contemplate what the suspect is most likely thinking at this moment, as well as the character he is now trying to play. He wants to come across as the victim, who had no other choice but to take the action he did the night before, and needs to appear as rational, reasonable, and as considerate as possible. He knows that someone has died due to a situation that he initiated, and now needs to bend not only the facts, but also the perceptions of others.
So just kind of walk me through, you know, just tell me from your point of view, what you guys pull up, you're driving, it's your car, is that correct? Yes, sir. You're driving? Yes, sir. Okay, it's a Volkswagen, correct? Yes, sir. Okay. She's sitting in the passenger seat, no one else in the car with you, correct? Correct. Okay. Just kind of walk me through kind of what happened at that point.
Well, I'm embarrassed to say this, but got out, he's in the store, and there's like a SUV next to us, and
then the music started. And I rolled down my window and I thought, like, I asked them nicely, the man, or else I said, hey, would you guys mind turning that down? And they shut it off. And I was like, thank you. It's cordial. Everything's cordial. I put my window back up. I'm doing my stuff. And I don't know how many kids are in that, but the windows are down for the back seat. The windows are up to the front seat.
Okay.
You know, the guy that was in the back was getting really agitated. And my window's up. I can't hear everything he's saying, but, you know, there's a lot of fuck him and fuck that and fuck that bitch. And then the music comes back on. You know, just like live and let live and you know, don't get in trouble.
The detectives will entertain his standpoint for the time being. They will remain as neutral as possible as he recounts his own narrative. This is because they need him to divulge as much information as possible while he remains without counsel. The more detail he gives away, the more they will have to evaluate and possibly use against him at a later stage. They will almost appear to be agreeing with everything he says, which is for the purpose of encouraging disclosure. If they were to challenge him this early, it would more than likely prevent him from opening up.
And I don't know if they're singing or what, but it's like, they're saying, kill him. So I put my window down again, and I said, excuse me, are you talking about me? And it was like, kill that bitch. And, you know, I'm still not reacting, but then this guy like goes down on the ground and comes up with something. I thought it was a shotgun. And he goes, you're dead, bitch. And he opens his door. And I'm shitting bricks. But that's when I reached in my glove box. Unholstered my pistol. I mean, I practiced this enough to, you know, Fort Malabar rifle and pistol range and have it. You know, gun guy and all that. No military training or anything, but I have friends who are in the military that show me the yeah. And so quicker than flash, I had a round chambered in it, and I shot. That's when I reached in my glove box. Unholstered my pistol. Quicker than flash, I had a round chambered in it.
The prosecution would later argue that if the suspect was so traumatized both during and after the incident, as he stated multiple times, he wouldn't feel the need to add dramatic pauses while recounting the event, nor add complimentary remarks to his gun handling skills. It's almost as if he can't help but boast about the shooting, despite being so allegedly horrified and shaken up by it.
Do you remember how many times you shot? 4. Okay, just keep walking me through. I shot 4 times, and that SUV pulled out, and like I said, in my mind, they got a gun, and so, you know, not the training, just from, I was still scared, and so I shot 4 more times. As they were playing? Yeah, trying to keep their heads down to not catch any return fire. Okay. All right. And that was it. I mean, I still didn't feel safe. I thought, you know, there was another car. I didn't know. I mean, I'm in a strange town, in a strange area. I just had my life threatened. The love of my life was in the store. And she didn't know what's going on. She come outside to see what was up. And I was just like, get in the car. We have to go. I just didn't feel safe there. In fact, we had plans, in fact, a fairly expensive bed and breakfast paid for in St. Augustine.
More unnecessary detail that someone distraught by a recent event wouldn't feel the need to clarify. If he genuinely thought he was as close to being killed as he stated, or if he was at all upset about the fate of the young man he had just shot dead, the fact that he missed out on a fairly expensive bed and breakfast would most likely be overlooked.
After what happened last night, and we just
we're like, we have to go home and call the local sheriff and tell them what's up.
Well, where'd you go after? We went right there, went right to the hotel.
Yeah. Didn't leave. We were just right in the hotel room, right, waiting for another carload of thugs to come. I mean, I've never been so scared in my life.
These exact statements were brought up when his fiancee Rhonda was interviewed 4 days later.
I could put something in the interview that was kind of, he made a comment that you guys went back to the room and he was basically waiting on some thugs with guns to come to the room at any given time. When you guys got back to the hotel, did you take the gun out of the glove box and pick it up to the room with you guys?
Okay, so you left it in the car. Okay. And then you go to the room and he gets the dog and goes outside and walks the dog.
So he's so comfortable that even he'll go back outside and walk again without the gun with the dog.
I would have to control.
And you got to stay in the hotel room at that point. Did you go anywhere else?
No, we ordered out.
Ordered pizza.
The investigators have secured their baseline narrative from the suspect and will now slowly ramp up the pressure. They will begin to destabilize his thought process by inducing anxiety and then set traps for him to incriminate himself further. They essentially need him to panic, and as he panics, they will pose more calculated questions. However, they have to do this in a subtle and methodical manner, as if they push it too far, they could scare him into shutting down completely, or even into requesting legal counsel and ending the interrogation right then and there.
I know you're in a strange town and you had this traumatic event happen to you, and I can understand that. Okay. The problem, I can tell you, where we start to kind of get a little wondering is by the time you say you get to your hotel room, you're calling to order pizza. Why aren't you calling us?
I wanted to come back to my hometown to do that. You know, I shouldn't even left the scene, but I left the scene because I was still afraid for.
Okay, and I can live with that. Okay, I can live with that. You don't necessarily want to hang around right where the shooting happened because you don't know if these guys are coming back. I'm good with.
Or if they're more.
You know, but once you leave and you are away from that scene, and you've even gotten to a hotel room and inside your hotel room at that point, you know, now makes me wonder, you know, because if you make a phone call, one, we find out, you know, a lot quicker what's going on. Okay. The reason he and I haven't been to sleep since sometime yesterday is because we're trying to figure out, all we know is we got a dead kid in a car. Okay. And we got a guy who shot and all that. That's all we know. I mean, I'm just, that's where we start to get a little concerned and it starts to be, you know, and I'll, you know, we can speak to, I personally have had a case with an individual who was moving to Jacksonville, first day in Jacksonville, and got involved in an incident and felt threatened and shot another person and was in their car. And he drove across the street to another parking lot and got on the phone with 911 immediately and started walking police into where he was. You know, that's the way, I mean,
I have nothing to say other than that.
Other problems I would have too. When you began to shoot, can you honestly tell us that you ever saw a gun outside it?
I saw a barrel come up on the window.
He has now gone from saying that he saw a shotgun to now seeing a barrel come up on the window, and his emphasis while giving the statement was weak and unconvincing. If he had spoken with an attorney, his response to this question would have been that he without a doubt saw a shotgun, and his conviction to the claim would have been immensely forceful. It would make it far easier for his defense to create reasonable doubt within the jury, which the suspect has now made extremely difficult and continues on to make it even more so.
Like a single shot shotgun where there's a barrel. And then see this part of the barrel and some of that part of the barrel. And it's either a barrel or a stick. but sir, they're, they're, they're like, we're gonna kill you. And then they say, you're dead, bitch. I mean, I didn't wait to look to see, if they were gonna point it at me. He reached down and picked it up. And then, okay, who is that? Well, hopefully it's the guy that hit it. So he was sitting in the rear passenger side. And that's the guy that was really agitated. And then that's the guy that I asked, are you talking about you're gonna kill me? Like I said, I didn't know what, my window was up. He was saying a lot, but that's what came through. And I put my window down and said, ask him.
And the music is still playing for stuff.
And yes, he is really loud and really animated.
And the music was bothering you.
Yeah, so the music was a nuisance at first. You know, with my car shut and the windows up, and you just hear the heavy bass. And like I said, I just said, hey, would you mind turning it down? And they did. They shut it off. Which, I said, thanks. But it really wasn't an issue of loud music. It was an issue of them threatening my life.
But it started.
Absolutely. And, that's when I started. You guys don't buy it.
You pulled up.
No, it was not.
So you guys pull in. Okay. Now, when he pulled in next to the red SUV, correct? It was already there, correct? Okay. And with the music playing, okay, music's playing.
I was that. That's some issues that we have. I'll be first to say there's no way that are. I don't know what you saw.
I don't know what to tell you.
He's far too relaxed, and the detectives ramp up the pressure once more.
Here's what has to happen. I know that from your position right now that you're going to do everything to protect yourself. And I can't say that I blame you for that. But we're gonna need the total truth as to what happened. Not this story that I've had from 7:30 last night till 12 o'clock today to 6 up. Because the only thing that's gonna make sense to us is the truth matching the scene. There was the biggest problem we got, the first hurdle we got to get over is that there is no weapon in it.
Yeah. Okay.
There was nothing found in or near the car that resembled a stick nor a weapon. The suspect is now trying to forge a narrative that his actions were justified due to his perception of a threat, regardless of if there was one or not.
Well, is that the last set around when the truck is backing away from him, he put 4 more steps, 4 more shots. That's this. Because now backing away is no longer a threat.
Yes, sir. I understand that. In my mind, they had a weapon.
I can't shoot someone because in my mind they have a weapon. That's the problem. I mean, if I walk up to someone right now and I'm having a conversation with them and I think they have a weapon, the law doesn't allow me to shoot them because I think he has a weapon.
Now, let me ask you this: how are you when you pulled your gun out? You're sitting, you dropped your weapons right there. How are you? How did you shoot? Did you shoot one-handed? Two-handed?
Two-handed,
two-handed like this. You come across your body. Shoot the first. What you said 4 shots. And they start backing out. Do you continue to shoot through the window, or do you?
I don't recall, but I do remember getting out of my car and taking getting sideways, and I was waiting for the wing for.
Once again,
All this is.
once again, if you think they have something, think they have a shotgun.
They have something.
You think they have shotgun. You're gonna get out of your car so you can get a good aim on you? Make that sense?
Well, at the time, I was doing everything on adrenaline and,
This stands up. We're trained to, if we take something in there to get out of the way,
to get a,
you cover concealment. To get telling me you thought they had a shotgun, but you got out of your car. So they could get a good aim answer with it out.
well, I thought maybe they would shoot up the car and I wouldn't get it.
But the car, your car's not shooting. You are. Violation of your car.
Honestly, sure, I'm at a loss to justify what I did in the second volley, other than to say I thought they were going to be shooting back, and I was keeping them from doing that. And I was in such a panic.
So you get the gun, rack it, and then reassess?
No, I didn't make that.
So you grab, you went, grab gun and rack, came up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you see him start to come out of the door of the truck. At that point, you turn to get your gun to that frame. You take it out of your glove box. You unholster it. You rack around. You come back up on target.
Fluid motion.
Okay. In the amount of time he's starting to get out of the truck when you first start to go get your. But yet, by the time you come back and start shooting, he's still in the truck.
He's coming out. I think he saw what I was doing and he was running back in. I don't know. But
See, that's where I'm a little thrown off here. Okay. Because he is sitting in the back seat of that truck when he is hit. Okay. Because the bullet goes right through the door. 3 bullets went through that door. Okay. He wasn't hit standing outside the truck.
Oh no, I know I shot through the door and
So
dragging him back.
how can you get out of the door and shoot through it? You confuse us.
All right. When the latch is coming off the door, that's when I went to do what I was doing with the gun. And when I came back, I'm fired.
When the
Because-
latch comes off the door.
No, when I got my gun out of the,
What you said earlier? Did you see the latch? What do you mean by the latch?
well, the door's open and he's stepping out.
Okay. So he's stepping out.
Yeah. And then
And you go and reach, but by the time you come back and come up just late, and somehow he's still sitting in the truck.
maybe I'm not stabbed with the whole thing as I think I am, but it was,
Or maybe you wasn't getting out of the truck.
absolutely he was.
This was refuted by forensics. The victim never got out of the truck, and the door was shut at the time the suspect opened fire. This was proven by correlating the angles of the bullets that came through the door, alongside the entry and exit wounds to the victim.
You're saying you feel like you have a threat. This guy got the shotgun in your view. Okay, so you think he's getting out of the car. Okay. So you turn to get yours. If he's unarmed, which he is, why is he gonna be?
I don't know. Maybe
That would
the sad fact of it is he's telling me he's gonna kill me. You're dead, bitch.
So you asked him to turn the radio down?
See, that's the part where I don't know.
And you know what? And I'll tell you again,
Really agitated.
I understand because believe me, we deal with guys who you ask them to turn the radio down, they would get out of the car and shoot you. We deal with those kind of dudes all the time.
Here's what I almost bet you a year of my salary. When you got into a confrontation with those guys, man, just that. If there was a gun in that truck, they would have shot you. They wouldn't have to get out. They would have shot right there. They would have shot from the truck just like you were shooting from your car. People don't get out of the car to be seen if they shoot you. They're gonna shoot you right inside that truck.
I'm he's getting out of his car. We're this close to each other. He was getting out of his car after repeatedly telling me that he was going to kill me. So is he going to bite my ear off or shoot me with a shotgun? I wasn't too concerned about how he intended to do it.
If you thought he had a shotgun, you most likely would be concerned with how he intended to do it. You would be likely more concerned with being shot with a shotgun as opposed to having your ear bitten off.
I'll tell you this, we talked to the other guys in the car, and they will all tell us, he didn't like the fact that some stranger is telling him to turn his music down. He's 17, he's a teenager. Okay. You know how teenagers are. They're a little hard-headed sometimes, touching around on their own. And did he throw some F-bombs at you? Did you tell you to go fuck yourself multiple times? Absolutely. They said, yep, he was jaw-jacking back and forth for that guy. But at no time did any of them say, well, okay, he did say he was going to kill him. Because it makes no sense, because what's he going to do? He's not armed. What's he going to, I'm going to kill you. And get out of the car. And we're talking about a kid. You know how many times a kid's been in jail? Never. He has no history of violence, and it's not like we're getting about a street. We're not talking about a violent kid here. He has no track record. There are guys in Jacksonville I go, okay, I believe that. Because they got track record. The kid ain't got a track record. The kid sitting next to him doesn't have a track record. The kid sitting in front of him doesn't have a track record. None of them do. These aren't violent guys. They pull up to the driver and run and buy a cigarette. They're even there. They just got back from going to the mall. That's it. So I have a hard time buying how I can totally see him talking shit to you. I can see that. But to take it to a level that he's threatening to end your life, when he can't. There's no way he can. He doesn't have anything.
You didn't know that.
I know.
That's the reason that doing that is all the reason why you took your next step too far.
Yeah, the problem is you went from 0 to 100. I'm never getting to 50.
I have a guy very irate saying he wants me dead. When the other guys aren't corroborating, I'm sorry, but
And understand too, there's people in the parking lot can hear what's going on too.
Not one of them. We have what's called independent witnesses.
Yeah, that was those
I understand. I wasn't sure that I heard him right. That's why are you this directed towards me? You're gonna kill me?
And that happens to be an exact quote. Are you talking to me? That was an exact quote. Guy with the truck said. He said something to the effect of, "Are you talking to me?"
Yeah.
So that's dead on. Yeah, he was talking to you. He's basically telling you to go fuck yourself, and I'm going to turn the music back up.
Yeah. No, the music is already up, and he's talking kill the guy.
I can't understand if the music is up to the point where you ask them to turn it down. How can you also hear the conversation that they're having? It's not making any sense.
He's livid. He's not talking. He's yelling. And my window's up, and I can hear him. I'm not making up all the words, but then I hear, kill that son of a bitch or kill that motherfucker. I think is what he was saying.
How do you know it was him saying it?
Well, when I put the window down and I asked him, he said the same thing. Yeah, kill him, motherfucker. And then when he was opening the door, that's when he said, "You're dead, bitch." And when you say he didn't have a weapon, he's on the ground and you put something up on the thing and then gets out. I thought it was a shotgun, or a stick, or some kind of weapon. But he's confrontational and using words like "I'm gonna kill you" and "you're dead." And I didn't know he's 17. I thought he was a full grown man. And I don't know how many kids are in that, but the windows are down for the back seat. I didn't know he's 17. I thought he was a full grown man. I thought they all were. And in my mind, they're all going to get out of this truck and shoot me or beat me.
If that been the case, we would have a different argument. Had anyone been out of the truck, walking towards him in any type of threatening manner, we would have.
We were parked right next to each other. They would, no, and it was him getting out and using our reach from.
Yeah, but their cars are so close to each other though. him getting out, it's gonna be hard for him to get out because he's backed away from you. His door opens up. He's actually gonna be shielding himself from where you are because you're closer up to the driver.
All these things they say are great, but you know, see, I didn't analyze all these things. I got the shit scared out of me. And some guy's coming at me, telling me what he was gonna do or wants to do. I reacted. I'm sitting here telling you guys I was in fear for my life. I honestly was. I have so much going on in my personal life. The last thing I want to do is be in trouble. I don't want to cause you guys a sleepless night. I don't want to live over that, you know.
He reverts back to this premise multiple times. He continuously associates these two reasons with the notion that he wasn't the instigator, yet not once does he mention that he wouldn't want a teenager to lose his life over a verbal altercation.
This is what we do. Don't worry about that. What we do.
Well, I mean, the last thing I'm looking for is trouble. The last thing. Sir, from where I was sitting, a shotgun was coming up at me, and so, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but if it happened again tomorrow, where a shotgun was coming up, I think I would do the same. I hope I would.
And you know what,
not be
Mr.
afraid
Gunn?
to do the same.
If there was a shotgun coming up at you, we would expect it to do that. The problem that we have is that there is no shotgun. That's the bridge that we got to get across. It's that you keep dwelling on this shotgun as if there was one of the things. If there was a shotgun, a BB gun, any type of gun at the scene. Hell, there was a water gun that was black as a barrel at the scene.
I think that it was a barrel. Could have been just a stick, but I mean, it was.
Could have been your imagination.
It's no.
He said no with a rising intonation. The way in which he said the word doesn't correlate with its message. The intonation was more matched with the word maybe.
No.
The pressure he's under is causing disorientation in his critical thinking. He was unable to process the adjustment in his thoughts to his words quick enough, and that's why they came out mixed together.
I mean, anything's possible, I guess, but the him coming out of his car was not my imagination. And it was right after I saw that he started coming out of his car and saying, "You're dead, bitch."
When you went, grabbed your gun, wrapped it, and came back around, what were you shooting at? Did you acquire a target? Or did you just start shooting?
I shot at the door.
What did you go? Which number?
The rear passenger.
You shot at his door.
Yeah.
But
Saved my life.
from the door.
No, he was coming out of his door, and I guess he went back in it, but that's where he was.
Is this hypothetically, you're going to exchange words, you open the door to go in the store to use the bathroom.
He wouldn't have said you're dead, bitch, and then
I understand.
well, then I guess I would be in trouble if that was the case. But that's not what happened.
We are so lucky. Really? There should be 3 of those 4 should have been hit. 3 of those 4. You could have 3 dead guys right now. Okay. Luckily for the guy in the front seat, his door stopped closed. They entered the door, but they didn't go all the way in because the front door got full of holes in it. Okay. And there's another one you shot when you were doing the suppression fire, basically to keep their head down as they're driving away. You put one in the back of the car, several shots directly into the rear of the truck, and one of them comes zinging in through the back and goes right up and hits the sun visor with the driver as he's driving out. Didn't miss his noggin by much. So we very easily have 3 victims. Luckily, those guys that you hit her anyway, they're all fine. Except for the poor guy who's pretty much was dead right there. It didn't take him long. He was gone. We see a lot of things. We deal with threatening situations. I mean, it's not, we deal with them all the time for somebody defends themselves. I mean, we do. And there are clear cut cases where you go, yep, Sure did, buddy. You know, defended yourself. Have a nice day. Unfortunately, this is not one of them.
I'm not feeling so hot now that you guys are
Unfortunately, we have that effect.
well, I don't mean sick. I mean an accident certainly sick my son. I don't know how I can express to you guys that I was in fear for my life. Or I've never been so scared in my life. I've been mad in my hands, but I was so afraid that I didn't have time to think. I only reacted.
What did you see the driver of the other car do when Jordan Davis said, "Yeah, I'm talking to you"?
He reached into his glove compartment.
That was a big silver chrome, either 9mm or a 45. It was a large caliber.
And what did the driver do with the gun when he grabbed it from the glove compartment?
He was holding it and cocked it back.
I heard someone yell or someone say something very loud.
And what did you hear that person say?
Nope, you're not gonna talk to me that way.
Do I do I need to get a lawyer? I mean, it sounds like I'm in deep shit.
Well, that is up to you. We have a warrant. Duval County issued a warrant for your arrest for murder and attempted murder. Okay, that's what you're being charged with right now. Okay, just the first step of the process.
The way I see this was I was scared for my life and I fucked that. And you guys are seeing this as murder.
This is where we're at right now. You'll be the process you hear first, but I'm not sure how long it's going to take you before they got to go through all that kind of stuff. But you will be brought back to Duval County. Like I said, this is a start.
Is there any opportunity to bail?
There's no bond. There's no bond on a murder charge. Yeah, it's standard. It's don't do about it.
And is it automatic that it's a murder charge when it's self-defense?
I'll explain to you how it works on our end. We do our investigation. We get our facts. We have a prosecutor, state attorney's office with us who sees all the facts, sees the case. We confer with the state attorney's office, say these are what we have as facts for the case. And they determine, yes, we believe there's enough to issue an arrest warrant at this point based off the evidence we have. And that's why we obtained an arrest warrant.
I really didn't know that I was being charged with murder and attempted murder. That sucks.
I'm sorry we had to meet under these circumstances.
Me too. I mean, if there's there's probably about 5 things we could have done differently last night, but it's unfortunate it turned out the way it did.
Okay, well, I'll get with the guys here and we'll get you to use the restroom for you. Okay.
He was remanded into custody at the Duval County Jail, where he remained for 14 months awaiting trial.
Did you ask the guys in the red SUV to turn down that lease?
I did. I said, "Can you turn that down, please?"
What was the response from the red SUV?
They turned it off.
And at that point, what did you then say?
I said, "Thank you." Very soon after, I started hearing things like "F him" and "F that," and
does it escalate?
Well, the music came back. Now it got ugly. After hearing the something cracker and this and that, I hear I should kill that motherfucker. I should fucking kill that motherfucker. And now he's screaming. There's no mistake of what he said. That is what he said.
Notice the considerable increase in both emphasis and conviction when making his statements. His lawyer has now instructed him in how to respond, but unfortunately for Michael, the jury had access to his interrogation where he was asked the same questions.
The guy that was in the back was getting really agitated. And my window's up, I can't hear anything he's saying, but there's a lot of fuck him and fuck that and fuck that bitch. And I don't know if they're singing or what, 'cause it's like They're saying, kill him. So I put my window down again.
I put my window back down and I asked, "Are you talking about me?"
Now, what was the response? You said, "Are you talking about me?"
He reached forward and picked something up and slammed it against the door. I didn't know what it was at first, but when he says, "Yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you," I look and I'm looking at a barrel. He's showing me a gun. He's threatening me.
What happens now? What did you believe was about to happen to you?
I thought I was gonna be killed, but I still didn't go for my gun at that time. I was just like going, "Oh my god, where is all this hostility coming?" And it was at that point where he said, "This shit's going down now."
Not once was this mentioned during his interrogation. It seems to be a poignant recollection when stated here, which would arise suspicion as to why he failed to mention it earlier.
In your wildest dreams, did you fathom being in that position over a common courtesy?
No.
Now, at this point, what's going through your mind when he said this shit's going down now?
This was a clear and present danger, and I said, "You're not gonna kill me, you son of a bitch."
Okay. And as you said that, were you looking at him or were you now moving?
That I said that as I was retrieving my pistol.
Could you show the jury exactly what you did?
Well, if we say over here is my glove box, I'm looking out the window, and I said, "You're not gonna kill me, you son of a bitch," and I shot.
And do you even recall how many times you shot?
I do not. Kind of was in a fixed position with the tunnel vision. I didn't realize the SUV was moving. I was still aiming at the rear passenger, and it didn't register that the car was backing up.
Okay. And at some point, you realize now there's no more red door in front of your face.
This is where Rhonda starts coming into my mind because I know she's heard the shots. I know Rhonda. It wasn't just my life I was worried about. No.
And at some point now, do you see that SUV actually drive towards a different direction or trying to drive away?
It did, and this is where the now they're back in line with if they fire on me, they'll hit the front door. This is where Rhonda comes out.
What was your purpose of firing towards the back of that vehicle?
I was worried about a blind firing situation where they would, you know, shoot over their heads or whatever and hit me or hit me and Rhonda. I stopped firing when it appeared that the threat was over.
And how long had you been with Miss Fowler?
3.5, 4 years.
Did you have a serious relationship with her?
Absolutely, she's my fiance.
Or were you living with her at the time?
Yes, we were.
Was this dog kind of your guy's child?
Yes.
And what was his name?
His name is Charlie.
The defendant just got emotional over his supposed gallantry and undying love for his partner, and now accelerates this emotion for the purpose of expressing how much he loves his pet. In his mind, he is exhibiting appealing human traits to the jury, coming across as a man of clear nobility and selflessness, who only protected the woman he loves from a perceived imminent threat, while also being a gentle soul that sheds a tear at just the mere thought of his beloved puppy. The thing is, the defendant only has tunnel vision with regard to himself and his own perspective. The jury, on the other hand, will be looking at the big picture. Rather than perceiving this emotion from the viewpoint the defendant wants them to, they may see it as a contrived and narcissistic attempt at elevating his own character. He has now shown the jury that he has the personality type to get emotional, and this emotion comes out as he self-describes his valiant conduct and gentle spirit, yet not a shred of emotion was displayed as he described the exact moment he took the life of a young man.
Yes, sir, I do.
You love her a lot, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
Right. And when she got into that car, she asked you what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, are you telling this jury that on the way back to the hotel, you told Rhonda Rao that the boys in the car had a gun?
If I told her on the way to the hotel, I told her several times at the hotel. I told her several times on the way home that this was self-defense.
That wasn't my question. From the time you left the gate station to the time you got back to Sheraton, how many times did you use the word gun to describe what the boys, let me finish, what the boys in the car had?
I couldn't tell you.
Was it more than one?
At least one.
Mr. Dunn, the truth is, you never told the love of your life that those boys had a gun.
You weren't there.
Did you? You did tell her that?
I said you were not there.
I get that. I know that. Truth is, you never told Rhonda Rower they had a gun.
That is incorrect.
Remember to speak loudly, the microphone, so everybody can hear you, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Wilson.
When you came out of the gate gas station and you got into the defendant's car, did the defendant ever tell you he saw a gun in that red SUV? Did the defendant ever tell you that he saw a weapon of any kind in that SUV? There was no mention of a stick. No. There was no mention of a shotgun. No. There was no mention of a barrel. No. There was no mention of a lead pipe. No. Back in the hotel room, Miss Rower, that same night, did the defendant ever tell you that he saw the boys with a firearm? No. Did he ever tell you that he saw the boys with a weapon? On the 2-hour drive the following morning, did the defendant ever tell you that he saw a gun in the SUV? No. And on that 2-hour drive, did he ever tell you he saw a weapon of any kind in that SUV? No.
On February 15th, 2014, Michael Dunn was found guilty on 3 counts of attempted murder for which he was rendered a 90-year sentence. 7 months later, on October 1st, he was rendered an additional life sentence without the possibility of parole. His appeal was denied by the First District Court on November 17th, 2016. He is currently being held at the maximum security Oregon State Penitentiary.
Here, Bix. Who's got a pretty coat, huh? Who's got a pretty coat? Come here, girl. Dolly. Come here, Dolly.
The man filming is Dave Tronis. This is his wife, Shanti Cooper. To the outside world, they were a happy family. However, on the 24th of April 2018, at approximately 4 p.m., Dave dialed 911.
Did that happen? Did you pass away?
Big blue dumpster in the driveway, they have to turn in. And they said, you get past it, they have to past it, they can't get past it. They're part of how you do it. They're part of how you do it. You know, the person back, where's the bar back there, it's nice to get you. Yeah.
It could be said that the phone call lacked authenticity, but without any reference to how Dave sounds when we can be sure he is genuinely crying, it would be grasping at straws. There was, however, one strange moment in the call that stands on to me. This audio clip will be repeated, and this time, pay attention to the sudden vocal tonality changes. He goes from distraught to calm, then back to distraught.
big blue dumpster in the driveway, they have to turn in. And they get past it, they have to pass it, they can't get past it. It's like, they're over in the back where the car back there, and I think it's
It would be rare to see these sudden shifts in vocal tonality in a caller who is as distraught as Dave seems to be. This was likely too subtle to have an immediate impact on the investigation, but nonetheless, it may have hinted that Dave was attempting to manufacture his emotional response during the 911 call. This is because genuine human emotion is more accurately described as a spectrum rather than a switch. In other words, he could be completely faking his emotional response. Minutes after the 911 call, police arrive on the scene to find Shanti Cooper deceased. The police report indicated that Dave's behavior seemed forced and unauthentic. This immediately placed Dave as a suspect, and he was asked to come in for questioning. Dave was free to refuse at this point because he was not under arrest. He chose to voluntarily go to the Orlando Police Department for questioning. Detectives will begin their investigation by piecing together everything they can about the evidence they find at the house and by questioning Dave. The detective's first step is to establish rapport. The goal is to make Dave feel supported so he does not exercise his right to silence or his right to an attorney. This is the first critical step to any interrogation.
This is asking for just starving a cracker or just something is just the most right.
What would you like to eat? And I'll
Just something simple, just a saltine or a piece of cracker.
anything like that.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. And is there anything else we can get you? Okay. That's gonna be funny. Is that good? I'm gonna go have an eat since the morning. I'm sorry that taking so long. First of all, on behalf of the police department, I do want to say how sorry we are. Pretty well.
This emotional outburst is unusual given the timeline. On its own, this may very well be a genuine reaction. However, this interrogation took place approximately 5 hours after the initial 911 call. It would be more common during this stage for an innocent suspect to exhibit signs of denial or confusion about what happened, rather than blatantly accepting what had occurred. Additionally, the reaction was a response to what the detective had said. The reason this may not make sense is because what happened took place just 5 hours ago. And it's not as if the detective's statement is news to Dave. A reaction such as this would have likely taken place spontaneously without any prompts if it were genuine, and it would have happened earlier than 5 hours after the fact. It almost feels like a mockery of typical human emotion. This is additionally supported by the fact that this detective later said that not one real tear was shed by Dave in this entire interview. However, it can be argued that the detective had a bias since her goal may have been to get a conviction and not necessarily the truth. It's also important to recognize nuance when analyzing body language or behavior. Exhibiting unusual body language or reacting unusually to a given situation is not the same thing as being guilty of an accusation. There is a subtle but vitally important difference in that state. In plain English, we will analyze what's happening, but we will not jump to any conclusions without actual evidence. The reason this is being mentioned will become clear later in the video.
For everything that you're going through, I know this is very true. Okay. It's just a terrible, terrible thing. Yeah.
Just 90 seconds ago, the suspect was so distraught over his wife's death that he burst out crying to the point of being incomprehensible. Now he is chuckling about what eye color he has and engaging in friendly banter. You can even see a noticeable and genuine smile as he answers the detective about his eye color. Oscillating between emotions in this context is not typical of a traumatized suspect. The next 60 seconds will better demonstrate the emotional switches that were mentioned earlier. Dave will go from calm to distraught, then back to calm, all within a matter of 60 seconds. These sudden switches are typical of a suspect who is attempting to force an emotional reaction that does not come naturally. In contrast to what you are about to witness, genuine emotions are far less likely to be prone to sudden drastic shifts. During the 911 call, we only had audio to analyze, but now we have a visual, which can help us make a more informed decision as to whether Dave's facial cues or body language provide additional information about how he really feels.
Did you ever hear from there? So sorry. Can you tell me what year that was? It was 2013. 2013. Is when and about 5 months later, did you move here and move in with her, or just move here?
So,
So you guys knew each other approximately 5 years this month.
At this point, the detective is confident in the rapport she has built with Dave. Whether his current emotional outburst is genuine or not, it is a perfect moment to transition the conversation towards getting his consent to talk after reading him his rights.
Obviously, we don't know what happened. Okay. We don't know what happened to Shakti. This, which was good. Okay. And they obviously she's lost her. Okay. So we do need to you're not under us. Okay. I'm letting you understand. Okay. But we do need to reach your rights because you are in a police department, with detectives in this room and you've had lessons. And I want you to understand that we're just trying to figure out what happened. Okay. And so it's our job to do that, obviously, and give you answers for some answers. I mean, the family deserves that. Would you agree? Okay. So if you don't, I know you've never been through anything like this in your life, okay? And I'm gonna help you get through it. If you have questions, you wanna stop me, please do so, okay? But I do need you to understand your rights before we ask for what, everything that I remember. You have the right to remain silent, do you understand? I'm sorry.
yes, yes,
Okay. Anything you say maybe needs against you, do you understand?
yes.
Now that Dave has agreed to talk after being read his rights, the hardest step of the interrogation is behind him. At this point, The goal is to let Dave talk as much as possible. There's no strategy here except making sure not to interrupt or influence Dave in any way. Any inconsistencies in his narrative will be thoroughly examined, along with any evidence found at the house or on the remains.
We're going to continue to come down this path a little bit. And then our national codes and about 5 months of we're going to do telephone texting.
We just started.
The detectives inquire about general background info related to Dave and Shanti. Shanti was a very successful businesswoman who had one son from a previous marriage. Dave also had a wife who he divorced. After they were single, they were both actively seeking a new partner online. In March of 2013, the two met on Match.com and hit it off. A document that was later found on Shanti's computer revealed just how infatuated she was with Dave at the time. Dave was from Minnesota, while Shanti was from Orlando, so their relationship progressed only by email and phone at the start. But after 5 months, Dave moved from Minnesota to Orlando in order to be with Shanti and her son. In April of 2015, Dave purchased a 4,000 square foot home in Delaney Park. Delaney Park is an upscale neighborhood located about 1 mile away from downtown Orlando. Dave paid for this home in full with his own cash that he supposedly earned from his previous success in business and real estate. They both loved the neighborhood and the home, but they decided to renovate the interior of the home for a more modern feel, as the house was originally designed with an older Victorian style. Together, they agreed that Shanti would pay for all the renovations, since Dave had bought the house with his own funds. Now, let's step aside for a moment and take a deeper dive into this renovation project. When Dave bought the house, he put it in a trust for himself and his mother. The reason Shanti agreed to pay for the renovations is because she was under the impression that her name would eventually go on the trust. Since Dave had paid for the house initially with his own cash, she would pay for the renovations, and by the end, they would be closer to equal partners in the ownership of the home. However, her name never made it on the trust. This means that if they were to split up, Shanti would be entitled to nothing despite investing tens of thousands of dollars into the renovation. This email from September 21, 2016 showed her willingness to have an attorney draft up a cohabitation agreement. This is a legal document that specifies who's entitled to what and protects both parties if a split were to occur. Dave never followed through with Shanti's request. Despite these financial hurdles, their love prevailed. The couple married in February of 2017. This did not solve the house title issue. Under Florida law, property is divided equally in a divorce only if it is considered marital property, which refers to property acquired by either spouse during the marriage. In contrast, non-marital property is defined as property either spouse acquired before the marriage. Non-marital property is not divided equally upon divorce. Remember, despite being together at the time, the two married after Dave had already bought the house and put it in a trust for his mother and himself. In this scenario, the house would have been considered non-marital property if they were to divorce. It could be a coincidence that the timeline of events worked out in this way, or it could be because Dave never had long-term plans for Shanti. After the marriage, the renovation was getting out of control because they had stripped down the entire interior of the house. Shanti had paid around 250,000 USD and the end was nowhere in sight. They had to live in an apartment above the garage because the main house had become a construction zone. The detective has now gathered background info and begins asking about the timeline prior to the 911 call.
So you had sex Saturday and Sunday, and there's no issues as far as
She's at the end.
when you missed.
She was still living.
Okay. So are you saying that that was got somewhere?
I understand the gravity of the question. It did get on the upstream cookies.
Which side of it? As you face.
Of course, police did find blood in the room. This may be Dave thinking ahead about what the detectives will find, or it could simply be the truth. Take a note of Dave's body language in this frame. In the 30 minutes of footage prior to this moment, not once does he shield his face in this way. On its own, this moment means nothing. But in comparison to 30 minutes of Dave's natural tendencies when being questioned, it may mean that he's being deceptive, and his subtle attempt to shield his facial expression is his way of concealing his lie.
Which side of it? As you face the end of it. Where on the left-hand side? Everywhere. So, is there something covering that up now? Change the sheets. Change the sheets. And what was that? So there shouldn't be blood on that. What is that? There shouldn't be. I would guess that. I would guess there is. I would guess there is. Okay. So, and then anything unusual happens, then no. Good. Okay. She had some issues. Has a nauseous water trial vomit after she was. That's been going on. She wasn't feeling her period. I hate to keep talking like this, but this is the level of detail that we're at. It was extremely painful. Her stomach pain is multiple, several times during her. They told her that they wanted her. They were first 2 or 3 periods actually. Surgery would be good. May have been, but we were just going to information for you. But she had closed the things with her job that had been holding her. So it has some intense living like that and going through everything I've been going through, plus the medical, plus she's trying to work on her money and she's gonna stress at work. So it's been, I guess, fair to say intense. But things starting to line up. I just wish that would have been just.
He nods in approval to what the detective is saying, yet his vocal answer is not in agreement. Incongruence from body language and speech may point to someone being deceptive. In these scenarios, it is likely that the gestures are communicating the truth while what's actually being said is deceptive. This will happen again in later parts of an interrogation, and it will be highlighted with text.
Together. But we have the renovation paper, we have the renovation savings ready to go. With the garden, it's just what we always know.
3 countries.
We sleep separately most of the time.
When you say she sleep apnea, does she stop breathing? Does she snore? Does she go CPAP?
She was CPAP, but she was used. She can't sleep with it. It keeps her awake. But she snores a lot and she wakes up feeling.
So where would you sleep?
Just downstairs.
He says he sleeps downstairs to give Shanti and her son privacy when he comes over, and because Shanti snores. This is strange to the detectives. The couple is renovating their house, and the place they currently have to live in is small, yet they still do not sleep together. When he says downstairs, he's actually referring to the garage. This does not look like somebody's logical choice to sleep in, unless there was something else at play. This hints to the detectives that there may have been issues between Shanti and Dave prior to Shanti's death.
And where is that?
Downstairs in the couch.
In the garage area? Okay, so you wake up Tuesday morning and you're in the garage on the couch? Is that what your recollection is? What time did you get up?
Before 7.
So you didn't have to go upstairs or you didn't go upstairs? You didn't. Okay. All right, so we leave approximately 11:45. Take the dogs and we like to raffle to the Park of America's on Yankees. So far? Okay. Do you holler up, text her, tell her you're leaving any communication? You didn't? So you're assuming she's home because the car's there, and you had already mentioned you were going to do this, so you did not communicate about that you're leaving.
No, she.
Is there any communication on your phone with her while you're gone? No. When was the last time you had telephone, text, on a Facebook, any sort of communication via phone?
The day before.
All right, so
This is work for them. Now.
now you're concerned she wasn't okay when you left.
Talking about this right because you're asking me if we communicated. We were pretty efficient in the morning. She tells me, you know, she's got plans for the day. I tell her that. And we were together in this session. We raced the right day to some degree to make sure that we get.
So you think you need to look for a room?
To show you.
Do you see one at the park that you know?
I don't. Only a couple of person. I had $2. So typically look, there's a large dog area which is florested. It's pretty nearby. There's small area. And so I tend to look that it is that if there's nobody around that's the most for the constitution. But there's a big field of that between the rest of it. So there's a big walkway. There's a big field between the playground to the lake. And that's
Okay.
I think it was in 45 minutes because I don't think I got to.
Is your communication on your phone done in 45 minutes? Did you text anyone, call anyone? Were you on Facebook, commenting, liking, posting? So you don't think you reached your phone with you?
I take a
Yeah, I missed that. You said you had a very cool
when I go, I take all my personal belongings and put them in there. So a lot of them, the keys in there and my phone and. If a suspect is deliberately attempting to portray a certain emotion, such as grief, it is difficult to shift their cognitive focus towards something else while still portraying that emotion. This is because forcing an emotion requires significant cognitive focus. To put it simply, if the suspect is pretending to be sad, he will likely be unable to keep up that act while actually explaining something. This may be why Dave appears to be devoid of emotion during moments of cognitive challenge. In contrast, if someone is genuinely distraught, we likely would not see a difference in emotion despite varying degrees of cognitive focus. This is due to genuine emotion not requiring any cognitive focus. For example, when you're sad, you don't have to actively think about being sad. You just are sad, and therefore you will act like you're sad.
Painted a green tree for the dogs. Blue water trees for the dogs. That was sometimes I'll take a big shoulder bag with some other stuff for them.
So you took your phone, but you didn't call, text, or do anything on the emails? Okay. Okay. And what's the first thing you do?
The detective strategically asks an open-ended question about him coming back to the house. If the suspect is innocent, it's likely that the focus here would be on his wife Shanti, since coming home to a deceased loved one is likely to be one of the most traumatizing experiences in an average person's life. However, the suspect again gives excessive details about irrelevant topics such as plants and upcoming construction projects. He is likely doing this because he wants to divert the attention away from Shanti.
I put the dogs in and I feed them. I started with a couple of plants to check them in because they're very good with this one. The bougainvillea in the driveway was when it rains heavy like that. It bangs down so you can't drive it. So I think the bull brush. I want to push it back to get it back up and then do. We have construction starting in a couple of weeks, so they can keep going. The greenhouse. I cleaned up some of the bougainvillea from the tree between the rest of the store. I think that the chemical cleaned the days and scrubbed out.
So you cleaned the pool twice and you fed the dogs twice. You cleaned the morning and seven different days. And you cleaned the pool and you woke up and cleaned
As I said, I worked in the yard and come driveway, which was
anybody come by? Mailmans, other folks. Friends, neighbors. No. Okay. So you're out in front by that dumpster? Is that the way?
Yeah, that where we parked back up front in front of the garage door.
That's the part. Pretend you courtyard. What are your call to?
There's a bunch of wood that essentially like was supposed to be there. It was a piece of land that they had moved when it started raining. And there were a bunch of leaves that fallen from the trees. From the other side of the wall. So I had swept that up. I had done some of that and sent it to the greenhouse in front of the vehicles. Back by the pallets. The greenhouse so we could put it on the plans like that. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. So you think you worked in the yard until
I would say less than it was 45 minutes to an hour. So
So you're closer to 3-ish.
It's actually,
And then what do you do?
um, that's all of it. Just
Things were good to me. Okay, and what happened last spring? And I remember the same thing unusual. I know the garage.
um, I could hear the water was running, but it's not. It's not exception. It's just it's trickling out of the swell, which is weird because the only time she does that is if she's going to take a shower. She would do that to heat the water. So, and we always, when we step in, we always say hello to them on the stairs and listen. Because if she's on the phone with a work call, I don't announce myself being raised from the stairs. Maybe. And I could hear the water.
Because you heard the water and didn't hear her, you felt something from
Stairs. Here, pitching up the phone. So I say hello. You can hear me. Just saying doesn't seem right. Sometimes it is hard if you have the water in to hear somebody out there. So that was my assumption.
So it's one room, you don't see her. Is it just, is the bathroom door open or closed? Open. Okay, and so you walk toward the water? Did you hear him?
Yeah,
okay. The door's open and what happens? What do you see?
So here's the thing. I just think people drains those because it was it would be going.
He seeks approval for his version of events as if it is not a matter of fact. A truthful suspect is likely to state his version of events without seeking any approval. He recalls the events as if he is asking a question, which likely means he's being deceptive.
So the water's like half full. She's submerged partially, but she's also partially submerged and one of her legs is taking. And it's just extremely cool. It doesn't look much, obviously, we see and I tried to pick her up. I tried to pick her up. She's it's hard to pick her up. She's not still beside the potatoes and it's easy. So grabbed her arms and kind of put her this way and over, maybe partially over, and that's when I realized I wasn't going to be able to carry her. I tried to pull her. So being as careful as I could. And listen to them. I pulled her into the other, and I didn't know what to do. It was hard to move her that way, so I turned her nailed to the wrist. There's something the wrist that I can do to her. I'm trying to get I'm kind of moving her, trying to get her, just shake her a little bit and trying to get that water out of her lungs. I got her in front of the couch and I had to stop and put it in. And I tried to so that kind of to kind of clear, like I guess it's the thing we do if you're going to see water or something. She's he's like, and I'm saying it's just this somehow so few that she's going to be okay. They put the we're taking the mattress bed, putting this up the mattress bed, down underneath the roots, mattress bed. So that's here. Is that the answer? Or is it both? She put touched to my right ear. Word number 2. It's so it's my right is on the computer. Was it cut from your sheet? When you're pointing to the right side? Yes, so you notice you're pointing to your right. Is that her right? So you're saying her left eye is closed? And that she's blood coming from the cut on the face? Yes. She has one numbers. Just to get the water into it. Tinged with and you said it's not how smooth is the tone? It wasn't flowing over the top. It was very close, but not quite. Is the top one on the bottom? I think her clothing is wet. Her clothing is wet? Yeah. Okay. So her hair is definitely wet, right? Yeah. Her clothing, her tank, and her shorts are wet. And she's face down. So the first thing you do is what that you report. Right. You recall where? So close to the shoulder because I can't remember if it's Davis or no sleep, but it's just I tried to shoot the other way, and I'm saying anything.
you're trying to turn her on her back.
She's underwater. She would be back right down. But just the distance.
Okay. So when you turn her before you pull her out of the water, you turn her and you see her face.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the first thing that comes? Lips are dark. Okay. In her language, so that
Just I tried to lift her, which wasn't really to so I get the pulling.
you're full of iron arms.
I grabbed some and tried to take that pain into it.
So from the moment that you entered the home until you called 911, how much time do you think elapsed with everything you attempted to do?
I've been thinking about that. How much this mean?
5 to 6 minutes?
5 or 6 minutes. Therefore, according to his description of what happened, the police should have found water everywhere. They didn't.
Just it probably seems that long. It doesn't listen to that. I can't imagine anything.
Okay. Okay. Then you feel so Shanti, what might have cost her life? What do you think happened? What do you think is her cause of death?
I think that she did at some point, and I don't know if it was at the point that she went back upstairs around 9:15, or if she went back upstairs and did something else, and then decided to take a shower. But I think at some point she decided, I'm going to take a shower, and she stepped in and turned the water on, like she always does, to let it heat up. And that's the thing that I'm thinking. She dead, or she blacked out, or something close to collapse. One foot in the tub, reaching to turn it on, the other foot sitting outside, or vice versa. It could have been liquid. It is.
What would have caused this significant laceration that you described? What do you think would have caused the significant injuries to her? The one that you said was could have swollen and shoot.
Would have to then fallen directly on breaking your phone.
Falling directly on, not breaking your phone.
This is the first confrontation. An innocent suspect would likely refute the question at this point. They'd show resistance towards the question because it's not important to what happened.
Very briefly, in my segment, before we leave.
One could argue that Dave simply could be a mild-mannered individual. However, this call to his mother shows that he is not afraid of confrontation.
Hi there, how you doing? Pretty good. How about you? Good. What happened last time? Just connected or something? I mean, when I hung up? Yeah, you just answered that you hung up. Yeah. What did she talk about? That it's $40. She didn't say that. She said that's how much you have left on your account. Okay. Every month you can have $52 a call. Okay. Are you paying your no, every time you say the same thing. What's wrong? Well, every time I explain it to you, it's $2 a call. Okay. Okay, anyway. Good, yeah, now, of course, this is right, like, this is not something you can forget. I was depending on you for these things. Yes, I understand. Come on. Why can't I call you back to find out? I don't want to call her now, it's pretty late. I just did, but I didn't ask you to call her now, but I said, why can't I call you back to find out? Well, I'll see if I can get a hold of her tomorrow. I don't know if she works at that church actually when I can get a hold of her, but. She's just gonna pick up the phone, you're gonna ask her the question, and she's gonna say, yeah. She has a cell phone, you can call her anytime. Okay, I'll try. Well,
Therefore, if he is innocent, it is strange that there is no resistance to the question.
Let's go to next.
What was that?
We had a very minor disagreement.
Has any fight ever turned physical between two people?
Mm-hmm.
Has she ever hurt you, hit you, struck you, threw anything at you? Have you ever harmed her physically?
No.
Choked her?
No.
Strangled her?
No.
The detective mentioned strangulation to gauge the suspect's response because the autopsy revealed that the cause of death was strangulation. His body language, including the head shaking, lack of nervous behavior, and direct eye contact, could be argued as signs that he's being truthful. What doesn't make sense is Dave's lack of resistance to being subjected to these questions the same day he has seen his wife dead. An innocent suspect would have likely not put up with this. Instead, an innocent suspect would be furious at the audacity of the detective to ask these questions at a time like this.
Have you ever strangled her, choked her during sex just for hiding orgasm? Some couples do that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. Okay. Was there ever anything around her neck that you noticed during moving her from the tool or attempting CPR? Was there anything around her neck?
Yeah.
Nothing. Okay. Did you ever, if in your assessment of her or attempt to help, have your hand on her neck ever?
Sure. Underneath, behind her.
Behind her head?
Like that.
To do the head tilt chin left?
Sure. And then also.
Okay. Did you ever have your hand on her neck where you would have had to squeeze it for instance?
Possibly when I was trying to pull her out of the tub.
Tell me what happened.
As I was trying to turn her over, I might have my hand under her arm over on the side of her head to try to turn her like that.
She would have been, as we know now, deceased at that point.
Yeah.
So prior to her being deceased, do you have any reason to have your hands around her throat?
No,
That's not it. What do you think caused, or what do you think the injury is to her eye? The discoloration in the smooth.
I don't know.
This segment will be repeated, and this time, focus on the suspect's chest. Notice his fast breathing. He even has to let out a sigh because he is likely feeling the pressure and the detective's suspicion. Physiological reactions to a confrontation are difficult to manipulate in a tense environment. The detective would have immediately picked up on this, as it is easier to gauge someone's breathing patterns in reality in comparison to surveillance footage. Also, take note of the fact that the suspect is devoid of any emotion in these exchanges. This is likely because it's too difficult to be cognitively comprehending the accusation while simultaneously manufacturing an appropriate emotional response.
So prior to her being deceased, do you have any reason to have your hands around her throat?
Yeah,
That's not her. What do you think caused, or what do you think the injury is to her eye? The discoloration in the smooth.
I don't know. I don't know. I thought she struck her that side of her face because it seemed that she had the cut here, and that was the eye. It seemed like the whatever it was, whoever she fell or whatever she hit, but that probably happens.
The cut in the eye injury. Do you think there's any sort of significant injury that to her eye itself or to the bones around her eye? And all?
I don't know.
Her injuries to me, David, seem really significant. More significant than from the soft tissue. More significant than from me tripping in my head. Not only are they more significant than but they're inconsistent in the form. It's just not accurate. Okay. Shanti did not fall and get those injuries.
Okay.
Without question. Okay. You're much more significant than that. And it's inconsistent with her injuries hitting and striking the movement. It's just inaccurate. Okay. Her injuries are very severe. Okay, so trouble I'm having with your story is you're there. First of all, you're not really sharing the same residence. You're kind of living downstairs, just in your son. But her son's not there. So even when your son's not there, you're still not sleeping together. You're not in the same residence. So
during the day,
spending a lot of time apart, it seems a bit. But then conveniently you're away for a while when you come back and you find her like this. And you've had some pretty answers for just about everything we've talked about. Consistent, elaborate, detailed answers for everything we've talked. The big thing I'm having with is I absolutely think that she was deceased before you left to go to the park. And I think whatever happened to her happened before you went to the park. Okay. I think that you've told us a significant amount of information. You've been very cooperative. But I also think that you've left some stuff out. And I think you've left some stuff out that is maybe something got out of hand. Maybe you didn't mean for it to happen. Maybe you got upset. Maybe, but there's something that happened between the two of you before you left the house. She was deceased or on her way to being deceased before you left her. And she had been deceased while you were gone. And when you came back and found her, it's pretty evident that she was deceased.
Yeah.
Old, stiff, significant swelling, in around blood.
Right.
Okay? So whatever happened between 7:89 to 9:45 is where I need you to be significantly noticed. Now, if there's an explanation, I want to hear it.
I told you everything.
But you left out something, Dave, because this woman has significant injuries. And this is not from the fall. So I need you to explain to me and to Detective McClellan what happened before you left Detective on.
It was exactly as I said. It wasn't.
Okay. Did you two argue?
Absolutely.
Did you fight?
Absolutely.
Did you harm Shanti in any way?
Absolutely.
Did you choke her?
Absolutely.
Did you strangle her?
Without question.
Did you beat her?
No.
Did you hit her with anything?
Absolutely.
None of you expected anyone to be at the home. She was going to be gone done as she rode with the dogs. And that tells me no one expected anyone to come to her for any reason. Is that accurate?
These questions by the detective are valuable if the defense team were to argue that someone else was responsible for the death of Shanti. At the house, Shanti's expensive engagement ring was missing, along with $5,000 in cash. Therefore, it could mean that a burglar was responsible for the death of Shanti.
Yes, absolutely.
So, is she having any sort of beef with anyone else? Any problems?
No.
Okay. Anyone that you want to do her help? Where's your wedding ring?
Pardon me?
Where's your wedding ring?
Mom.
Why is it on that hand of yours?
After we both scaled back, we both lost a significant amount of weight in the pool. Off of this.
In the pool, it slips under here.
I mean, completely. Yeah. It's barely on this one. So either I need to resize or I need to gain a couple of months to get to where I was when I leave.
I didn't know if that was your wedding or not, because it was.
It is. It is. It is.
It's just loose. Okay. And what does she?
This brief moment of silence is not typical behavior for Dave during this interrogation. This may be because he has an engagement ring. It was found in his possession 4 months after this interrogation. During this moment, the detectives did not know where her ring was, but we have the benefit of hindsight, and so his silence here is more revealing. This is an important piece of evidence because it weakens the argument that a burglar took the ring, the cash, and killed Shanti. In this replay, pay attention to the subtle silence after the detective's question about Shanti's ring.
What does she?
She has the wedding band that he.
She has a wedding band on her left hand.
Correct.
We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna head direct to the restroom and we'll bring you back. I'm gonna get you another water. You've got more crackers here. And a milk trash. Here.
The suspect is left alone for approximately 2 hours to heighten the pressure after the first confrontation. By the time the detectives come back inside, it will be past 2 in the morning. This strategy to exhaust the suspect is very common because as mental fatigue is increased, the suspect is more likely to make mistakes and is more likely to confess in order to escape the uncomfortable interrogation environment.
Bye. You okay?
Yeah.
You're a bright guy. If somebody was telling this to you, wouldn't you, as an intelligent person, think that something's not right? You clearly have no history, looked, looked up in every systematic plan. I don't think by any means that whatever happened today was intention, was planned, what was part of your character, with who you are, by any means. You have to help us. But here's the thing, is every time you say try, it means you fail. What?
The detective will pose an alternative question. This is a common strategy used as a first step to begin unpeeling a suspect's narrative. They will bring up that an accident could have happened, and if the suspect were to confess to this, they would then take it a step further and challenge that it was an accident.
I don't think you heard the purpose. Dave, I don't. It's one of two things to it. It was on purpose, or it was an accident. You pick. One of the two things happened. She didn't do this to herself, and there was nobody else. What are we supposed to think? I mean, what you're saying doesn't make sense. So when you pulled her out of the front, you agreed with me that the water came out of the tub. There's not a spot of water on the floor, David. The carpet isn't wet. The carpet isn't wet from where she was pulled out of the bathtub, sopping wet, all the way around to the front of the couch. The carpet's not wet. There's no blood on the carpet. And I understand that whatever happened to me, like I said, it was not planned, it's not on purpose. But whatever happened, I'm certain it was an accident. And that's why none of these details are matching up with what actually was there. Do you remember it's a pretty big case in Orange County? Do you remember Casey Anthony? Okay. Regardless of what you think about whether she had anything to do with that little baby's dying or not, okay? What we do know is that everything that she said was proven to be a lie.
No matter what your thoughts are on the case of Casey Anthony, the detective going into this much detail about her case is a questionable strategy here. Dave is likely to be familiar with the case since he is from the same area, and Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree murder. This would have only reinforced Dave to continue being deceptive if he's in fact guilty.
From going to work at Universal, from all of the different things, where she was, the nanny, the blah, 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 all the stuff, right? Long time, unfortunately, too long later on, they find that poor little baby in the woods, right? The mother clearly, the day she makes the phone call, says, I smell a rotting body or whatever she said in the trunk of the car. If Casey Anthony had come forward immediately, or even when the mother first picked up on what was wrong with the car and said, I screwed up. I wanted to go party, whatever, I left the kid in the car, the heat killed the kid. Okay? We can forgive people for accidents, for nearly anything. But what we can't forgive is when somebody maintains that lie and that coldness. We can't forgive them for that. And if Casey had come forward and said, you know what, it was an accident, she probably never would have been tried, or I don't know, whatever would have happened with this Orange County's case, thank goodness. But don't put you in some just things around, takes advantage of me, run into me. Okay. You can understand. Many people can come from. And in the past, when you can find your phone on the table for mentioning, okay, I don't think that's you. Okay. I don't think that's who did it. I don't think it was a mistake. I don't think what happened to Shanti is fair level. I don't think it's fair to make you some sort of like killing sort of that way to do it. I don't think it's what I do. But those are your choices. You have made a mistake. Or you're a monster. You didn't really care for this woman. You didn't. You married her because maybe she had potentially better than you or had something. Or maybe for the relationship. Right. That's what people do. But it's one or the other. You're in there. You made a mistake. Okay. Which one?
I think there's more appreciate it. That's a good one. That's interesting. So yeah, it's just
She didn't stay put and she was it didn't happen. She did, she fell backwards. And you didn't come in with 2020. It didn't happen. You didn't know that? Common sense would tell you that you pull a woman soaking wet out of the tub at 3 o'clock and take race within 6 minutes, and then everything will be soaking wet beneath this spot within 3 minutes. That's common sense.
So how do you know?
That's her question. Because she wasn't allowed to take off. It didn't happen. I have a shower at 6:30 in the morning, 10 o'clock at night, my towel is full. Showering these days, but it's just common sense. It's glowing. It's always thinking to you. I didn't think you thought of everything, but you didn't.
I don't think it's I told you everything. I didn't.
Trust me. The evidence in her body speak for itself. And her story